Okay.
You're in Lebanon or Jordan?
I am in Beirut actually now. And I entered with the link from Mariam. So probably I will wait for Nur Haili to send me the link and then come back again.
I sent you your link. I sent you your link on WhatsApp.
There wouldn't be a need. You can just change your name.
Probably it's better that I use. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Brother Rizwan, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, very well. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here.
Likewise. Inshallah, you're keeping well?
Doing the best I can in old age.
Not really, mashallah. Looking as usual.
You should be working for the United Nations, man. You're such a diplomat. No, thank you. Yeah, we're trying. Keeping yourself busy is one way of trying to look young.
Inshallah.
Good. So you leave us because you've got commitments, and inshallah you try to come back towards the end for the group session.
Yes, inshallah.
Okay. Okay, sounds good.
Just
Brother Rizwan, how are you? It's good to see you, mashallah.
Brother Shahir, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, jazakallah khair.
Reached back,
good
inshallah?
to have you with us. Yeah, alhamdulillah, yes.
Alhamdulillah. After an event, visit.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone.
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam, Brother Jalal.
MashaAllah, pleasure to join.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, sister.
Looks like I'm the only one without the background.
Me too. I don't have a background.
Oh, thank you for that. I couldn't really figure out from on my laptop. I think there's something there that I can't figure out.
Okay. Ali, should we get started, inshallah?
Yes.
Okay, so please.
Okay. Okay, so welcome everyone to the International Rebuilding Palestine webinar. So before we start, as usual, we would want to take a group photo so that everybody please switch on your camera so we will be able to take everybody's picture here. Okay, on a count of 3, we will take a picture. 1, 2, 3. Right? Again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, Rushdi?
Thank you. The most important thing is out of the way.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everyone to our Rebuild Palestine event. As with all events from iPortal and our hosts, we start off with the dua. So may I kindly request Brother Saifuddin Arif to come and recite Quran and make dua. Brother Saif.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya al-mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who have followed his sunnah till the judgment day. Ya Allah, we have gathered virtually here with your permission, and we seek your blessings on this occasion and all those who are witnessing this event. We praise you, we seek your guidance, victory, forgiveness, and your blessings in these auspicious days of Zulhijjah. And in conjunction with this Rebuilding Palestine webinar, humbly hoping and praying for your kindness, your compassion, and your mercy. We testify that we are in need of you, Ya Allah. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. Ya Allah, you are sufficient for us, and you are the best disposer of affairs. Help and protect our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Ease their pain and suffering. Allahumma aslih ahwalina al-muslimina fi Palestine. O Allah, rectify the affairs of the Muslims in Palestine. Ya Allah, pour upon them patience, make them steadfast and grant them victory. O Allah, plot for them and suffice them with what you please. If you support them, then nobody can overpower them. O Allah, we ask you to send us tranquility and keep our feet firm and our hearts connected to you. We ask you to liberate Masjid al-Aqsa and support our brothers and sisters who are living in Palestine under the difficulties of occupation and barred from movements. We ask you to return the land to them. Those who have passed away, count them amongst the Shahada. Ya Allah, protect us from any threat, disaster, and pandemic. Ya Allah, make our gathering here a blessed one, and our dispersion thereafter a guided and protected one. O Allah, we are unable to praise you as we should. You are as you have praised yourself. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله تعالى وسلم على خير خلق سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Brother Saf, for that blessed dua. So again, thank you very much for everyone joining us. What I would like to do is just make brief opening remarks and explain our seminar today. So welcome to Rebuilding Palestine seminar. First step in many other steps, inshallah, proudly co-hosted by iPortal and IFID. For any seminar to have a meaningful impact, it's about topic and a trifecta. The topic is very important to all of us, which is Rebuilding Palestine. And the trifecta is, we want to thank the audience for joining us. We had registered users from over 25 countries. Thank you for the support, the concern and care. Thank you to our speakers from over 10 countries. Thank you to our supporters, 15 supporters for this important event, from Impact Philanthropy, Muslim funders, Islamic industry bodies, IOFI, IIFM, Islamic Bank, Bank Nizwa, impact entities from Up Effect, Child Cups Full, Singularity Ventures, World Waqf Day, Muslim Travel from Crescent Ratings and Halal Trip, Halal Food in India, Halal Box, leading software of Islamic banking, Path Solutions, the Indonesian Agency for the Islamic Economy, Connects, Masters Global and Bali. So extremely proud to have you all on board. About the event itself, the 11 days in May 2021 was different than 2009, 2010, or 2014. The world's collective conscience focused on the plight of the resilient and the good people of Palestine. For example, the Black Lives Movement in America aligned itself to the Palestinian cause. The news cycle has moved on from the 11 days in May, but the suffering of the good people of Palestine continues day in and day out. We as Muslims and non-Muslims, as Palestinians and non-Palestinians said enough. Something needs to be done. That something is at least a seminar to start as a first step. Our focus must be new and a complementary approach, a bottom-up approach, because a top-down approach from Oslo to the Abraham Accord has taken its own course and is taking its own course. We wanted to focus on the youth, the future, on women and women empowerment, talent that is severely underutilized in Palestine. social impact startups within Palestine, disrupt with a difference. They want to build a better future and led by women, youth, and social enterprises. The focus is on Islamic finance, Islamic banking, takaful, and sukuk. Work has been done, but much more work is required. And today, some of our speakers will showcase what the blueprint should be. The focus on the environment, economic development, and rebuilding must have some green shoots. The focus is on tourism, whether it's domestic tourism or halal tourism. Yes, it's time to talk about that, notwithstanding. So the bottom line here is the focus is to keep the focus on the bottom-up issues and send a clear and concise signal to the people of Palestine and the Palestinian diaspora that we will work hard to access opportunities for them, that we will work hard to showcase their skills so that the Palestinian people, startups, can compete and connect to global community and commerce. Today, we've got, inshallah, 4 sessions on the startup landscape and the challenges, Islamic finance, Islamic social finance, the environment and tourism, and a group discussion. For those of you who want to comment, we encourage that please include it in the chat questions and your comments. And for those who view this seminar later, please send us emails, rest assured that it will be addressed. So that's the end of my opening remarks. I would like now to turn to our 2 keynotes. Our first keynote is by brother Mr. Khalid Al-Qayed. He's the CEO of Bank Nizwa, Oman. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but he has sent us a speech that we are honored to share. He's been previously the CFO and the Deputy CEO of Safwa Islamic Bank, and before that, the CFO of Standard Chartered Bank. So Haile, if we can please share with our esteemed audience the keynote speech.
Highly, the video did not start. So if you don't mind, try to click again.
As we are trying to address this technical issue, maybe we should have Brother Tariq Jima speak as we address this, and then Brother Khalid's speech, inshallah, will follow. So let me introduce Brother Tariq Jima, a gentleman who I've had the honor to get to know in the last year or so. He has a number of credentials. The first is what you see on the program, but there is a lot happening behind this pioneering man. He's a chief of party for Million Kids to School, educating 1 million out of school children in Pakistan, conveyor of the Global Doors Forum, and the founder of the World Congress of Muslim Philanthropists. So Brother Chima, please.
Dr. Tariq, you're on mute.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to you all from Chicago. And I'm pleased to be a part of this global convening where I can see very eminent people are joining from the different time zones for an extremely important subject. My talk will be focusing on the role of philanthropy in the framework that has been set for this dialogue. While global figures on the number of people suffering from natural disasters and conflicts are constantly rising, Muslim majority countries are affected more than other countries by these large-scale humanitarian crises and disasters. This trend is unfortunately on the rise, according to a report published by CESRIC in 2017. According to the report, in 2015, 60% of the armed conflicts recorded worldwide occurred in Muslim majority countries, resulting in severe humanitarian crisis and displacement. Alarmingly, 71% of people globally, of 90 million, who require humanitarian assistance due to natural or man-made disasters reside in Muslim majority countries. The widespread extremism and instability across the world in general, and in Muslim communities in particular, has made the aforementioned scenario even worse. In 2015, for instance, 75% of all terrorist attacks and more than 90% of fatalities had been recorded in Muslim majority countries. Muslim giving is the lifeline of humanitarian organizations that contribute towards a robust relief network on the ground. However, this relief network is challenged by two main issues. Firstly, the overwhelming proportion of Muslim giving is directed towards disaster relief, thus leaving very little room to diversify funding. As a result, less money is available to invest in addressing other societal needs, such as health, education, food security, and economic empowerment. Secondly, the high burden of humanitarian crisis, combined with limited availability of human and financial resources and lack of coordination among relief actors, compromises the effectiveness of aid. Against this backdrop, it is of paramount importance that Muslim philanthropy adopts a holistic approach whereby devising and funding interventions for both crisis management and crisis prevention. Philanthropy is a problem-solving mechanism that drives towards creating solutions for sustainable change and investing in the future generations. In a region where philanthropy is predominantly faith-inspired, the resolution of long-standing religious and geopolitical conflicts is critical to the peace and prosperity of the region and its neighboring borders. Humanitarian work in Muslim societies has taken the form of ad hoc charity. It involves providing immediate aid for day-to-day needs and action to challenges that demand a quick response. Today, the innumerable organizations that are lending humanitarian support across the Muslim world are unable to address and focus on the root causes of the challenges faced or the exorbitant cost of the conflicts. Although the Muslim community has an effective network which responds to the challenges, it has in a way mimicked the act of firefighters by providing immediate response and relief to control the damage, instead of searching for solutions that can contribute to the permanent change. Unresolved national and regional political issues manifest into violent reactions. In these contexts, the public voice is not the most effective tool for change, as democratic regimes are not the common norm of governance in many Muslim countries. As a result, public opinion has a minimal effect in steering policy. The long-standing conflicts also stretch the financial resources, thereby creating a gap between immediate assistance and long-term development. Muslim philanthropy has become synonymous with humanitarian aid, which is a characterization that needs to be altered. There is a need to reevaluate definitions of what constitute humanitarian and development needs in order for these countries to progress. Philanthropy aims to impact communities by way of long-term holistic approaches. This can be achieved by investing in communities and introducing technological innovations and sustainable solutions for economic development. The challenge of today, in which the root causes of social and economic injustices span beyond families, villages, cities, regions, and even nations, poses a new mandate for which organized efforts are never more crucial. Conflict-affected countries such as Palestine need solutions for long-term sustainability and impact to truly help the community at large. Moreover, the importance of advocacy for critical issues such as conflict resolution and rights abuse protection cannot be ignored. Muslim philanthropists and impact investors, the financial experts like yourselves, ought to learn from the legacy of other philanthropic traditions from around the world that have strategically transformed local and national communities. Hence, today's dialogue is so very critical to the peace and prosperity of Palestine. It is the time to invest in their future generations, to secure their future with dignity and peace. And I congratulate you all for setting up this stage, which will be a trend-setting effort moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Tariq Chima, for that inspiring speech on impact and fusing it with technology sustainability for even greater impact. We look forward to executing your suggested ideas going forward. So thank you very much. Inshallah, we will try again with Brother Khalid Al-Khayed, the CEO of Bank Nizwa. So please, Ali.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen of this virtual platform, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm very delighted to join you to this online forum today themed on rebuilding Palestine. I thank iPortal and IFIN alongside other support partners for conducting this very important forum to discuss economic prospects of the land of Palestine. I'm optimistic that this event will provide a good opportunity for healthy discussions on the potentials of Islamic banking and finance for Palestine and the region, including prospects of entrepreneurship, social finance, technology, even environmental issues. It shall be interesting to deliberate how we could best contribute out of the box user-friendly Islamic solutions that could serve as anti-fragile in the face of the consistent political instability and other idiosyncratic risks. Ladies and gentlemen, the current pandemic is a great leveler and a clear reminder of human vulnerabilities as well as our abilities to overcome and advance out of grave situations. A common feature of human resilience has been the ability to unite, resulting in the societies and communities sharing risks and moving forward together as one race. Islamic finance appears well aware of the unity-led tendency and hence made risk-sharing as its essence for financial and economic needs. Risk-sharing further appears the need of the hour to reap the new age benefits of the multipolar and intensely further globalized economy. It is hence about time to respect even bend to the need of the modern dynamics and provide a new normal locks to Palestine via an increase of Islamic finance. The street smart, skilled youth, the free trade agreement with the global economics, the under-tapped agri-sector and other consumption goods, the construction, textile, and of course the ICT, tourism. This includes halal and religious tourism, as well as renewable energy. Prospects all points to the fact that enough is there to interest the world. Consequently, to leverage a multifaceted and under-tapped economy, the role of Islamic banking and finance becomes much more ideal, not only because of model, but also due to the religious wise. Bank Nizwa Oman, given its vision and approach, it feels that this is a superlative environment. The end-to-end potential could be achieved first through an amplified mass alertness and awarenesses, framing Islamic finance for a new age Palestine and a side-by-side implementation of fintech-driven social microfinance and waqf-based solution meant solely for economic empowerment via Sharia-compliant means. The same could essentially attune tech-savvy Palestine, the youth sector, via entrepreneurial schemes that are end-to-end halal and ecosystem-driven, appreciating the United States SDGs, sustainability, and environment preservation, targeting all key sectors of Palestine economy under halal economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's time to look at the pleased land of Palestine differently, at least from economic sense of affairs. Consequently, it's also time for Islamic banking and finance to play its role active and contribute in correctly tapping the potentials via submitted schemes. With all the political and other kind of risk, no doubt the local and regional stakeholders would only have to gain by providing the right business environment, embedding bottlenecks, and reducing risk coefficients. On this note, I'd like to thank all the participants for their presence and wish all successful deliberations for the remainder of the forum. Indeed, initiatives like the one today will catalyze the role of Islamic finance in rebuilding Palestine as per potentials. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We'd like to thank Brother Khalid, CEO of Bank Nizwa, for that inspiring speech. Two extremely important takeaways for all of us to contemplate and work on going forward is Islamic finance for New Age Palestine and the land of Palestine, viewing it through different lenses. So thank you both, Brother Tariq Chima and Brother Khalid Al-Qayed, for their inspiring keynote speeches. We now turn to our first session, and our first session is looking at the startup landscape and stakeholders, whether they're within Palestine or outside of Palestine, to help develop and mobilize the startup ecosystem towards social impact. Our first speaker is a dear colleague who I've got to know in the last several weeks. That's one of the great things about events such as Rebuild Palestine. You meet new people that you may not have met before, and you learn and become more inspired. Jeanette Habashi, she is the founder of Child Cups Full. We did an interview with her yesterday. It's available on iPortal. A lot of insights, a lot of headwinds she's overcome to get to where she is. So I turn the podium over to you, Jeanette, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for organizing this event for the Palestinian people and and for the cause. I appreciate that you attend, all of you, and took some time to be with us this morning. So let me introduce what I'm doing. I'm a professor at the University of Oklahoma, but I started also a project. It's a way for me to give back to my community. There's something about Palestinians that even if they leave the land, they're still committed to the cause. It's like, if you talk to any Palestinian, they'll be doing something for the cause. So I'm going to share with you my example, what I'm doing, and how I'm trying to change the narrative, and how I'm actually trying to change the methodology with my project. I will echo Brother Tariq, because I think everybody is putting so much money onto charity, but they're not putting so much effort into philanthropy and start up to improve the community welfare in Palestine. So I'm going to share with you what I'm doing. I started an organization, it's called Child Scaffold, with my graduate students at University of Oklahoma. And we started with a $4,000 project. Now we're growing and our impact is huge, but I would like to contextualize what I'm doing. Most of what we're doing is we're focusing on empowering Palestinians women in the West Bank. And we're actually focusing specifically in the northern region, because the northern region has little economic support. So we work only in the northern area of Palestine. So we are faced with a lot of conflict and challenges. So I want to identify our challenges. And of course, all of you would know that, we've been under occupation for almost 70 something, if you want to consider the 1948. And it's not easy. Mobility is not easy. Moving from A to B is not easy. The conflict has been, created another layer of conflict in the community, also between different parties. That's also added to the limitation to, some challenges to consider. And of course, poverty and access to resources. And of course, also another issue is women's role in the community, especially in the area we're targeting. Women are considered to hold the traditional role of staying at home and not going out of the traditional role of keeping the house and staying within the, taking care of children and the family. So these are the points that we were considering while we're developing our startup and our project with Child Scaffold. So considering all of these aspects, we said what we can do. So what happened is that I was fundraising for after-school program for refugee children in one of the refugee camps in Palestine, and mothers have approached me and asked me to find them a job. And this is what we started looking at. We started looking for jobs for women, but we realized that there's no much opportunities. So we said what we could do, what I can do to provide jobs for mothers in the refugee camps. So my background is education psychology, and I said, let's do educational material for while they are at home, and we'll develop a center in the community to come and they could work within the community. They don't need to travel. They can be in the community will become part of the project. So we rented a space, we started doing educational material and to empower women. So this is, we partnered with few American companies to do their product because they wanted to do fair trade and do work and empower refugee women. And most of our women who we hire are low income and refugee. So our goal is primarily to empower women in Palestine. So we started this toy initiative, which is we do educational toys from Arabic, English, and Spanish to target the American market. But recently we started selling also in Europe, and we sell into Head Start in the US. So we're trying to push with the educational toy, and the more we hire, the more we empower women. The more we sell. So this is our first project. But after we started doing educational material, every day we started getting application to employ and train more women. So we said, what we can do, something else. Can we do something else? The market is limited and we don't have enough support to start, a new project. But it hit us that we have something in our culture and we celebrate it every day, which is tatrees embroidery. So we said, let's do something with the Palestinian tatrees, which is, stitches. It takes forever to finish something, if you know the Palestinian top, it takes 6 to 8 months to finish one Palestinian top. So we said, let's bring it to the market, but we do it with a new idea. So we started thinking about the trees, and in a way we can empower women and do more work in the community. So we started thinking about it in putting it in shoes, pillows, making it modern, and so we could reach more customers. So in this way, Charles Capful has 2 brands. Think about us as a college that have 2 projects, or UN that has multiple projects. When we started in 2009 until now, we have moved the needle in our project. We started with $4,000. Now we have 26 employees and in 9 villages. We have 37 interns from the US. More than 12 universities are working with us. We have to change and educate these students about Palestine and what it means to work with Palestinians. We have changed their mind. We also pay. We are fair trade. We pay a lot, much higher than any other company locally to the Palestinian women. We pay 65% higher than anybody in the region, okay? We have daily, I cannot even emphasize enough, people, women, even men started approaching us to ask us for jobs. We invest in new skills. We try to bring new ideas. We try every now and then teach them new skills to improve our production. So a few months ago, we trained them with leather making, and we trained them, we're trying to build a new toy also. We're training them how to do it. We work with at least 5 partnership with universities that they do our designs, they do our finance, and they do our partnerships. So we work also with universities to help the Palestinian community. We're trying to preserve the heritage. We're working on archiving the Palestinians' trees. We're working with 2 universities to do that for us. So in a way, while they're doing, they learn about us. So that's our idea, is that it's not only to sell, we want to change the discourse. Of course, we're having an impact, immediate impact on the woman's life. We want to change that method, because traditionally, when I approach the local philanthropy, even the local NGOs come and support me, everybody was focusing on humanitarian issues, poverty, but they could not understand the model I'm coming with, because they said, this is our needs, this is what we need. But in a way, they're keeping them in poverty status. They're not improving the life of the community and the life of women, because every time we invest in one woman, we invest in the whole family. The average children of each woman is 4 in our community. So imagine 26 by 4. We have at least impacted 100 people, not even considering the in-laws living with them, or the family are living with the in-laws, the extended family. We have examples that the women we work with, they live with the extended family. So our impact is huge. So we also, anything we do, it should be Palestinian support. Even a threat, it should be locally. We don't import any product. If we don't have it, we try to get an alternative from local vendor. That's our goal, is to support the women, support local economy, and support the community. But also we are trying to change the narrative of the Palestinians. My goal is that I want everybody to have a toy made in Palestine. So a teacher will learn, where is Palestine? So, and what is the experience to be a Palestinian? And anybody who buy from us from the fashion line, which is Darza, is to look at us, see that we have a struggle, but we provide beautiful things that you could use every day. So this is what we do, where we are currently at. I want you to go a few years ago. This project started with $4,000. Now this is what we're doing. So it is the support of a lot of people who believed in us that got us to this level. So what we would like, what we would like to continue people to think about us. I would like to, of course, if you purchase any product, the majority of the revenue will go to the Palestinian community. Some of the money will go to advertisement and paying some cost in the back end of the operation. So and what we also do with the purchases is we work with a lot of partners to educate people about the purchase. So this is our goal. You learn that we are fair trade, you learn about the trees, you learn about what is it to be a Palestinian artisan. We encourage people also, if besides buying our product, is to sponsor a week of an artisan, sponsor a month, sponsor a year, whatever it works for each individual. And we believe that investing in women is investing in the community. What I would like to do is to, that's my dream. I don't know if it will happen, but I believe it will, because if we started with $4,000 and we're now having 26 employees, I think I can go and I can dream big. I would like to create a consortium. Most of the women in Palestine, we're very good at local or organizing, community organizing. It's like you could find in every village, in every neighborhood, there's a system that organizes the community. But they don't have the resources to expand. The advantage of Charles Kaful is that I'm exposed to the outside community. So I want to bring that experience to these organizations that they're trying to support the local community. I would like to organize it in a way to create a consortium and start educating people through our product. Work with other universities to create new product. Figure out how we could bring the talent into the world market and continue providing them with living wages, giving them the power, because the more you give women power, the more they become leader in the community. So we want to, it's a holistic approach. If there is time, I can tell you how we could how we changed lives with that approach.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Sorry, I know. Okay, so I would like to consider, I can go on and on. And I talked with some people before about the project, and thank you for giving us the time and the support to Charles Kaful. Thank you so much.
Jen, thank you. I'm the villain here as the moderator. I apologize for cutting you off, but hopefully you will be on the last session where you can go further into this. And there are questions for you, how people can access products. So they're in chat and Q&A. Please put the URLs so the good folks who are part of this seminar can do their thing. Thank you very much. What you said is empowering, but it's not up in there. You basically paved a path. How can we basically make that path stronger and wider so we can have a real impact? Janet, thank you very much. Our next speaker is a dear brother who I've gotten to know in about a year or so, Ahmed Fauzi. He is a CTO and co-founder of Singularity Ventures out of Malaysia. And what he has is something extremely interesting that he'll talk about, potentially a super app, if you will, for the Palestinian diaspora so they can connect and engage in commerce. Brother Fawzi, over to you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Brother Rushdie. I will just try to put my slides up. If we can just... is that my slide?
Yes.
Yes. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, and thank you everyone for this wonderful evening. It's nighttime in Malaysia, and really very excited to be able to be part of this. We've been following the news over the past few months on Palestine, and of course thinking a lot about how we can help support Palestine. So what I'd like to talk about here is about a super app, but not just a super app, but really the philosophy and the thinking behind a platform that we are working on at the moment, that can connect people around the world, not just in a social way, but in terms of making them more economically efficient. So when Brother Rushdie mentioned an opportunity to see how this would apply to Palestine, we thought, okay, we'll create a special app for Palestine, and I call it Palestine Connects. And really the philosophy behind this is really looking deeply at the challenges of Palestine and the Palestinian people, and trying to understand it from the perspective of really economics and the wealth and well-being of the Palestinian people, not just in Palestine but around the world. And the key word here, I put a word cloud up here, is disintermediation. This is really the era of disintermediation, and basically what we saw in the recent months was the ability to disintermediate the news, and the way that the youth have been empowered to actually be able to reach out through social networks. So I want to talk a bit more about how that can be expanded from the social aspect of empowerment towards economic empowerment of the youth. And if you look at some of these words, these are basically some of the challenges, and many of the challenges which I believe are faced by the Palestinian people. Disintermediation of trade, of commerce, of goods, even information, so on and so forth. And we thought that with a gig economy platform, and addressing the gig economy and the digital economy, there would be a way to overcome that. And if we look at, just to explain to you a bit, I know this is a bit of a complex diagram, but we all live in the world. We all know about Twitter, we know about Amazon, we know about Facebook, and all of these are platforms. We know about Grab and things like Uber, which are all considered to be components of the gig economy. So just to give you an idea, the gig economy does not work on its own. It works because there is a large community that is empowered to drive the economy, and they use a digital platform. It is not done on paper. It's not done, on voice. It's done electronically through a platform, and this platform is virtually borderless. Provided you have internet access, you will be able to access that platform. And what does that do? That gives you access to a community that's global. So And by giving you access to that economy that community that's global, you are also able to access an economy that's global. So now we're talking about what I would call a virtual Palestine, where it's not just about people who are bound by physical borders. Yeah, it's about people who are all over the world. And I understand that there are Palestinians who don't just live in Palestine, but who have become refugees, who have left the country for many reasons, and but who still love Palestine, and they have started to integrate with the rest of the global economy. Yeah. So we have these three circles which represent the platform economy, which is basically the economy of apps, of applications, the community-based economy, which is the economy of communities, of social networks, of people who can communicate through electronic medium, and the access economy, which creates economies of scale. And this all represents the gig economy. So if we look at Palestine right now, we looked at the challenge of moving goods, of manufacturing. How would products both reach Palestine? How would raw materials reach Palestine, and how would they leave Palestine? And then we looked at what is the most effective form of work or economics that can be done in a gig economy. So if you look at the gig economy in terms of automobiles, then we're talking about Uber, more efficient use of cars. Yeah. If you talk about now we have the ability to book through book airline, book travel in a more efficient way because we have a digital platform. We have more competitive markets. So we looked at this, and there is a paper done by a group out of the Oxford group, which I think the icon is not showing yet, is it? Which is called the iLabor project, and what they looked at was basically they created an international index which looked at online gig economy equivalent of labor, and this is a very fast growing market. And based on the survey that they've done with Palestine, they say, well, top occupations in terms of the gig economy, in terms of virtual labor that is provided through online to international markets. Surprisingly, it's not clerical and data entry; it's software development technology right at the top. Professional services, creative multimedia. There's a lot of potential for growth in the area, provided there is a strong platform for that. So the next question that we ask ourselves is, well, how about connectivity? Is access to fast and high-speed data going to be available to support this kind of economy? Well, we learn about the Starlink project by Elon Musk, which allows people to access the internet through satellites, so that can bypass any there's a direct link between the user and the satellite. But at the same time, we're looking at the Digital West Bank and Gaza project. I think the World Bank recently, in March 2026 this year, has allocated about $20 million US in the building of the infrastructure of West Bank, and call it Digital West Bank Gaza project. Unfortunately, there is a large chunk of the population who don't have high-speed internet, and we hope that that can improve. But we do believe that that this is an opportunity because of this investment to initiate some initiatives in Palestine to reach out to the rest of the world in terms of a virtual Palestine economy. So let me just. Okay. So what I'm showing here are some screenshots of what an application would look like in a gig economy platform. This is the super app that we have, and in this particular situation, we have a particular section for addressing the Palestine community. So there is here we have iPortal, which is basically an agora of companies. We have an exchange to trade, and of course the social aspect and the transactional aspect of it, which is the chat and the settings. Just to take an example, there is experts on demand and on the iPortal app. So in this particular situation, we have somebody coming online and saying, well, look, I want to put up my services to do language translation, and it can be charged in whatever rate, and eventually anyone in the world, and especially the Palestinian diaspora, will be able to make use of these services and do a transaction. So this is clearly not rocket science in the sense that there are precedents around the world. There's WeChat, there's Facebook and other apps which allow people to buy and to transact and to chat online. But I believe that the uniqueness of Palestine will give, as a nation and as a people who want to come together and connect with each other, this in particular will be able to help generate trade. So last slide. I just wanted to put this chart up because having an app does not mean, and just a very simple app, does not mean that the problem is solved. This is the long-term outcome of any digital economy. You want to have a faster business velocity, greater demand and access to global markets, and access to funding to grow your businesses. But at the same time, there are other little things in there that can be put in. Once you get into systems, if you look down here in terms of digital management platform, there's capability development. There are online software and systems to educate small enterprises in terms of how to do trade more efficiently. There are the mechanisms for reaching out to the rest of the world. And there are also mechanisms here in terms of financial access to cheaper funds, managing risks, so on and so forth. So this entire life cycle is what Palestine Connect can create, and this is really what we would all like to see. I would love to see in terms of creating a virtual Palestine economy. Thank you.
Brother Fauzi, inspiring, innovative, disruptive. Thank you. You basically planted a lot of seeds in our head in terms of reaching out to you and getting involved. So inshallah, thank you. We're going to have Sister Shahir Shah speak next. Brother Puto has kindly agreed to speak thereafter. Sister Shah is the founder CEO of Up Effect out of the UK and doing some pioneering stuff on social impact, startup ecosystem, and crowdfunding. So Sister Shahir, over to you.
Jazakallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much for having me and the entire team for organizing today. I've been asked to talk a little bit about how crowdfunding can be used to serve social impact startups. I'd like to take a few steps back and talk a little bit about the values that each of us bring to the work that all of us are doing and how we can collectively serve marginalized communities, in particular Palestinians. It's very difficult to go after some of the speakers previously as they shared some wonderful insights in the work that they're doing. But what it has highlighted is that given the nature of today's subject, I hope we can all agree that the world can't progress too far in the absence of justice, morality, and ethics. But many of us, given how our systems operate and how we partake in, the day-to-day systems of capitalism, our economic system is designed to be exploitive, to be extractive. And while the Palestinian occupation is driven by so many other motives beyond financial, they're still struggling to participate in the same economic benefits that are being extended to all of us present today. There really is an economic cost of the Palestinian occupation. The Palestinian territories are losing $3.4 billion per annum of GDP as a result of the occupation. And without the Israeli occupation, the Palestinian economy could be twice its existing size, according to the United Nations 2016 reports. When we deprive communities from economic opportunities, this means little to no income for households. So they can't afford basic necessities like shelter, food, water, clothes, or electricity. And in Gaza, the conflict damaged various core physical infrastructures. So hospitals, health centers, water and sanitation facilities, transport, energy networks have all been significantly impacted. The immediate and short-term recovery and reconstruction needs just for the first 24 months and for the damage that was inflicted in Gaza in 2021 is estimated to be just under $0.5 billion. Now, if we look at the fortune that is spread across the world or concentrated in the hands of the few, how do we solve these funding needs when the three men on top of Forbes' richest list, including Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett, hold combined fortunes worth $300 billion? That's more than the total wealth of the poorest half Americans. So accumulated wealth is now sitting in the hands of a few, and that has widened inequalities all over the world. So the question we might want to address is, how do we distribute wealth fairly? One might say that the answer is philanthropy, and charity is one of Islam's fundamental frameworks to alleviating poverty, and many of us have raised it as an important need. But when over $400 billion was donated through charity in 2017 alone, it makes us wonder whether today's charitable models are working to the benefit of mankind. And if not, where are they going wrong? So I myself, just based on my own experience, I've spent a number of years working for a wide range of charities and nonprofits. And this is not necessarily true for every organization, but what I saw across most of them was that people would donate money to charities with good intentions, and they would hope that their money would uplift communities, especially those experiencing poverty. However, much of this capital could be lost in unsustainable programs, tick box reporting exercises, or mainly that money was being funneled in a way to create tax benefits. So this was being done by some of the most reputable nonprofits that are holding so much of this wealth that could be used by and utilized by communities in a much more effective way. But what was happening is that a lot of these organizations were actually trapping many in an endless cycle of poverty where they become dependent on those financing resources and very much thinking in a short-term capacity, similar to what Brother Tariq Chima highlighted in his talk earlier. So when we look at the state of the world today, we see that global poverty is still one of the biggest moral crises of our time, despite the number of philanthropic activities we see across the world. So when studying Islamic economics and researching the discipline a bit more, I learned that donations and aid do very little to equip individuals with financial independence, and that debt, which has become a core framework in today's financial systems, should really only be used as a means to alleviate financial distress. But really, when we look at how the Islamic financial system works, how we look at Islamic banking, we look at commercial banking, debt has actually become very deeply ingrained in how we build and monetize that as a means to distribute capital. So if we look beyond charity and debt, what are other alternatives available to us? And what I realized was that for the economy to truly grow and for us to actually distribute wealth in a fairer way, we needed to create dignified jobs and economic opportunities through training others, but also employing them by helping them start businesses of their own. And this is the only way we can help individuals rise into financially independent positions, either through employment in beneficial and responsible companies, or through helping them start businesses of their own. And one pathway of achieving this is through social enterprise. Social entrepreneurship aligns really wonderfully with Islamic principles, and many advocate for justice, ethics, and fair trade in business dealings. But if we look at how social enterprises are funded, while there are many stewarding incredible solutions, they're frequently denied access to traditional forms of capital. And this is especially true for social enterprises that are led by women, immigrants, and diverse groups. They often have to work twice as hard as their white counterparts to get their businesses off the ground. And this is a huge disservice to the communities and beneficiaries that depend on these enterprises for survival. And so while exploring the alternative financing landscape, I fell upon crowdfunding and realized that it actually held huge potential to serve this gap, given that its means to propel the marketing efforts of an enterprise and reaching communities in a very sustainable way. But even if we look at the crowdfunding market, it itself is rampant with challenges of its own. So 64% of crowdfunding campaigns fail, which means campaigns that aren't successful meeting their campaign goal are unlikely to get to market. And many crowdfunding platforms are venture-backed or designed to serve high volume campaigns versus quality campaigns, which essentially affects the type of companies that these platforms serve. So generally speaking, companies that are successful at crowdfunding have ripe access to resources, capital, and networks, and that allows them to navigate crowdfunding in a successful way. But that's not necessarily true for every entrepreneur, in particular social enterprises. And so all of these discoveries and these learnings led to the birth of UpEffects, and we set out to solve two key questions. First, how could we increase opportunities for social enterprises and make sure they received the capital they needed to sustain their operations? Second, how could we improve success rates through crowdfunding? And we decided to focus on equipping founders with the tools and recipes that they needed to fundraise and build businesses of their own. So UpEffects is a crowdfunding platform. UpEffect is a crowdfunding platform and consultancy advancing opportunities for responsible leaders of the new economy. We do this through three mediums, so access to alternative funding, primarily through awards-based crowdfunding, campaign strategy and support, and then business consulting. And each of these offerings aims to help companies grow revenue, build a community, create living wage jobs across their supply chains, and then operate as responsible leaders and actors in the economy. And our support process has driven our platform's 95% campaign success rate. So why would one consider crowdfunding? Well, as an enterprise, you get to access and raise capital from customers with no strings attached. It's a great way of building businesses without compromising your vision and bringing in investors that might want you to go a different direction when you actually want to build something serving a specific need. It's a fantastic way of assessing market appetite because you're taking it to the market directly and getting them to come and support the idea. Allows you to build strong relations with key stakeholders And your community essentially become ambassadors of your idea, and they go on to bring other people, invite them to come and join the company in whatever capacity. Now, given what crowdfunding can do for social enterprises, one way we felt we could help the Palestinian cause was by waiving our platform fees for Palestinian-owned social enterprises and extending complimentary coaching. So the reason why we're doing this is because we feel that we can only serve Palestinians and marginalized communities if we really work together and collectively to share our resources and to create opportunities for those that are oppressed by the same systems that we perpetuate when we fail to stand up for others. And social enterprises are really at the forefront of tackling today's most pressing problems, including social and economic injustice, climate change, lack of access to healthcare, illiteracy, or even if it's just distributing food and basic necessities that every individual deserves. And I feel like these enterprises are really the ones that deserve to be resourced and funded so that they can get their ideas to market. And so I believe their existence is vital, and I hope that together we can collectively find a way to share our offerings, as many of us are working on some really great solutions. How do we bring our networks together to actually serve this cause in a meaningful way and stand up for those that are suffering in Palestine, as well as all across the world? So thank you so much for listening. And if you feel you know a social enterprise that could benefit from free crowdfunding coaching or a waived free crowdfunding support, please do feel free to get in touch. I've shared my email address on the slide here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Caesar. Please keep that up for 30 more seconds. You hit the nail on the head with respect to one keyword, dignity. And I think the approach that you're taking, social impact, about empowerment, about dignity and empowerment, and that is about hope. And hope is often the power of change. So thank you very much for your inspiring words and your extending of the hand to help, not by giving, but by teaching. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome. Last speaker, and not the least speaker for this particular session, is Brother Putu Rahwidyasaya from Indonesia. He is basically the director for business and Sharia entrepreneurship of KNEKX, which is tasked with building up the Islamic economy for the great country, nation of Indonesia. Brother Putu.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Rusdi Siddiq. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear brother and sister, first of all, we thank you for inviting us in this webinar. Hopefully our material building the business and Sharia entrepreneurship in Indonesia can be useful for our brothers and sisters in Palestine as one of their reference. Second, we pray for our brothers and sisters in Palestine in good health and in protection of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Amin. I have 4 agendas. Hopefully it can be delivered within 10 minutes according to moderator message. The first one is introduction. The second one is halal industry MSMEs development strategy. The third one, collaboration and synergy. And the fourth, lesson learned that can be used as reference for our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Next, in page 4, Pak Iqbal. I will be accompanied by my friend, Pak Iqbal. He will operate our slide. This is the introduction about our institution. KNEKS is led by our President and Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Secretary of KNEKS is the Minister of Finance. KNEKS members consist of 16 ministers or leaders of institutions in Indonesia. Slide number 5, please. The scope of Islamic economy and finance stipulated in Presidential Regulation number 28 of 2020 consists of 4 areas in Indonesia, namely a halal product industry, Islamic finance industry, Islamic social funds, and expansion of Islamic business activities. Slide 7. The agenda number 2 regarding halal industry as MSME's development strategy. The strategy is built on top of one integrated data hub connecting to various systems of records with a trusted reference for Sharia compliant assurance, supported by 5 pillars of growth that are managed and governed to achieve its vision and mission. Indonesia is still the stage of building a single data integrated data hub. Slide number 8. The slide number 8 is an example of our vision and mission in developing halal industry MSMEs in Indonesia. Slide number 9. This is also the example of organization set up to implement the strategies. Organizations are not specifically formed for something new, but it can be collaboration from the ministry or related institution. Slide number 10. The slide shows the key supporting system needed to support the implementation of the strategy, namely a training hub, incubation networks, supplier management system, halal food chain, and Sharia digital guru. Next, please. Before we develop our strategy, we first recognize the Islamic economic and financial ecosystem in Indonesia, as shown in the picture. MSMEs and corporate are in the middle of the supply side and the market on the demand side. Brothers and sisters can see more fully all the stakeholders who are in the ecosystem. It is the stakeholders that should be embraced in order to create collaboration and synergy in developing halal industry MSMEs. Slide 12. Once we understand the ecosystem, we start with capacity building. The purpose of capacity building is raise MSME up to more than they can be. Next, please. In capacity building, there are 4 levels to note. The first one is individual capacity is related to skill, knowledge, and competency improvement. The second one is organizational capability related to good governance, leadership, management, going digital, and being digital. The third one is inter-organizational collaboration is related to business network, community cluster development. And the fourth one is enabling the environment. Institutional arrangement related to laws and regulation, incentive, infrastructure, close institutional voice. Individual capacity and organizational capability need training hub, as you can see in the next slide. Training hub has 2 types of training models as now in the pandemic era. The first one is the instructor-led, and the second is self-paced. The implementation of the training can be online and offline. Slide 15. We go into the second pillars, which is a partnership. The purpose of the partnership is not just a charity, but for leveling up the playing field for halal industry MSMEs. Next, please. The third pillar of the strategy is incubation and financing. Financing is adjusted to the stage of or maturity of the halal industry MSMEs. Of course, so that there will be no over financing. Next, the fourth pillar is the marketplace. MSMEs in Indonesia are still not evenly understood digitalization. Some still need mentoring to log in to e-marketplace and e-commerce. Next. The last pillar is digital empowerment. The majority of MSMEs have utilized digital marketing for their marketing efforts. For example, through Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. However, MSME are still limited to utilizing digital technology to support their back office, such as financial recording of raw material purchases, financing, inventory, etc. We facilitate the use of technology in cooperation with application provider. So we do not build our application by ourselves, but we collaborate with others. Slide 20. Our third agenda is talking about collaboration and synergy, which is an important factor as well. The development of halal industry MSME is not the work of 1 or 2 stakeholders. but many stakeholders. Therefore, it is to first identify all relevant stakeholders. Slide 20 is just a simple example of identifying those stakeholders. There are expert stakeholders in capacity building. There are appropriate in partnership. There are experts in incubation, financing, logistics, and etc. All stakeholders are coordinated to be willing to collaborate and synergize towards the same goal, which is to strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia, especially halal industry MSMEs. If MSMEs are strong, the economy can improve and help national economy resilience, inshallah. This next, please. This slide, at the end of my presentation, we simply repeat the lesson learned from the long journey of MSMEs development in Indonesia. Perhaps if our brothers and sisters in Palestine want to develop halal industry MSME, can do 4 stages as in slide number 21, namely, we should develop a strategy development by considering collaboration and synergy, because with the collaboration and synergy, the program will be more efficient and more effective. The second one, set up a project, of course, because without the project, there is no action to deliver. The third one, the execution itself, the strategy with a tight timeline and control. The last one is monitoring and evaluation. In fact, that we have a lot of slides, but maybe because of the time limitation, we can share beyond this webinar. Hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed very much, Brother Puto, for that enlightening overview of KNECEX's responsibility in Indonesia. We wish you obviously great success in its execution and becoming a case study for others. You said 5 things that I think are relevant here, if you'll allow me to sort of summarize and paraphrase for application potentially in Palestine. You talked about collaboration. So one of the things about collaboration is building linkages between Palestine and Indonesia. I think there's a lot of learnings and exchange. So that's the first thing. You talked about capacity building, training hub, incubation, market pace, and digital empowerment. These are must-have infrastructure builds that Indonesia is building itself upon. And I think those are great lessons for the appropriate stakeholders in Palestine to learn from. So we welcome you and Connects establishing linkages with Palestine. So thank you very much for your kind contribution, Brother Puto. At this point in time, what I'd like to do is turn over the moderating duties to my dear brother, Rizwan Malik, who actually doesn't really need much of an introduction because many people on this forum know him. So Brother Rizwan Malik will be moderating the next session on Islamic finance and Islamic social finance. So over to you, Brother Rizwan Malik.
Thank you very much, Brother Rishi. You're very kind. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah bil alameen. Wa salatu wa salam ala ashraf al-anbiya wal mursaleen. Nabiyana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. First of all, let me thank the organizers, iPortal and iFin for putting together this very important event. And I think this is probably the first event which focuses on Islamic economy and help us think of Palestine from a different perspective. We have attended multiple events on global landscape of Islamic banking and finance or Islamic economy, but nevertheless, an event focused on primarily Palestine. It helps us think of Palestine from a different perspective other than donations, freedom. We have to talk about economic freedom in general, of course. Promotion of financial system that promotes equity and justice and does not support benefit of one at the expense of others, which very much dear sister Shiza covered and I appreciate it. So I must thank Brother Dr. Rishti and Brother Dr. Shahir Abbas for leading this very important initiative. And I think to talk about a very niche within the Islamic economy, we are talking about Islamic economics and Islamic finance in general, and I'm very delighted to share this panel with very distinguished experts and leaders who themselves don't need an introduction, but they'll be with us for about 50 minutes or so, inshallah. And if I can, none of them need an introduction, but I would like to put them all together. The 5 speakers that we have, starting with Dr. Shahir Abbas, of course, leading on this very important presentation. He's very experienced and knowledgeable individual, a personal friend of mine, mashallah, involved in a lot of thought-provoking work within the Islamic finance space, worked with a lot of experience of Islamic banking, of Islamic product development side, worked with a lot of regulatory institutions around the world, and probably can share some light on what we can take, what we can bring on the table for Palestine when it comes to Islamic banking and finance. Our second speaker, Mr. Jalal Alvi, again needs no introduction, CEO of one of the most important Islamic finance infrastructure institution, International Islamic Financial Market, which focuses on the standardization of documentation. IFM is introducing a lot of these standardized Sharia compliant financial documentation and product confirmation templates for the industry, something that I'm sure the Palestinian financial system or Palestinian financial economy can benefit from. The third speaker that we have is Mr. Ajmal Bhatti, again, a very experienced, a veteran within the Islamic finance space. He's the managing partner of Massacres Global, based out of the UK. He had the decades of experience within insurance and or Islamic insurance takaful, and has worked with a lot of renowned institutions around the world. He will be sharing light from a takaful or Islamic insurance perspective for Palestine. And again, I think very important contribution. We're delighted to have him. Our fourth speaker for the session is Mr. Al-Tayyib Ahmed Al-Dajani, involved in a lot of groundbreaking work within the Gulf region, as well as others. He will share some light on very important component, which is Waqf, a very important part of the Islamic economy. So he'll talk about the Waqf part. And our last speaker, Brother Muhammad Hassan, he's a CEO of and a co-founder of World Waqf Day. I think I'm very much looking forward to hearing what he has to say on what we can do for a World Waqf Day point of view. So without any further ado, let me just hand the floor to Brother Shahir Abbas to talk about Islamic banking and finance landscape for Palestine. I think from my perspective, what I understand is that there are 3 banks and about 81 branches of Islamic banks, which employ about 1,500 individuals within the state. The assets under management are about 18% of the total banking assets. Again, these are a sizable number. So, Brother Shahir, I'll leave it to you to kind of educate us on what's happening and what we can do from Islamic finance perspective.
Jazakallah khair, Dr. Rizwan, and welcome, and thank you everyone for joining us today on this very important conference. I hope that you can see my screen now. Okay, very good. So what we wanted from this conference today or webinar is to create a platform where people outside Palestine can learn more about Palestine and what's happening in Palestine. And then we all get together to try to find ways to bring our resources, our knowledge, our expertise, our solutions to Palestine, and also to offer the local Palestinians, companies and ecosystem and startup the opportunity to find a way to go up out from Palestine and jump over the boundaries that has been created through the occupation and all the political and geopolitical issues of Palestine. What I want to focus today is the Islamic finance sector in general in Palestine, and specifically on the banking as part of what we want to do. So what we have here is that the landscape at the moment within Palestine have Islamic banking, it has takaful, it has an Islamic leasing company, and it has microfinance. But at the same time, unfortunately, there is no existence for the capital market. So the capital market in terms of funds or sukuk does not really exist in Palestine at the moment. While we have the stock exchange in Palestine, but we haven't seen actually even an Islamic index. We know that there is at the moment the stock exchange is actually working in collaboration with the Capital Market Authority actually to create a new Islamic index to help investors actually to invest in Islamic solutions. So on the banking sector, there is 11 conventional banks and 3 Islamic banks, and the market share is about 20%. Now, 20% is above of the threshold that has been put by IFSB. And IFSB, for those who don't know, IFSB is the Islamic Finance Standard Board, which is based in Malaysia, and they do provide capital adequacy regulation for Islamic banking around the world. And they have a rule that if in any country Islamic banking become more than 15%, then it will become of systemic importance, which means that this country has to look after the Islamic banking sector and look at it in a more detail. So we've seen, and this percentage, by the way, just to give you some concept here, when we talk about 20% of the entire banking system, this is ahead, I think, of many countries on the Islamic banks. For example, Palestine is ahead of Pakistan, for example, right, on the Islamic banking. While everybody talks about how, you know, and even ahead of Indonesia on the Islamic banking side. So this is very important. So they have achieved so far. They have achieved so good things so far on that. Keeping that in mind, we will find that actually still with that, 65%, around 65% of the population is still unbanked. So imagine if we have solution to bring all these guys. Now, out of this 65 that's unbanked, 30% of the population actually they do not bank because of religion reasons. So that tells you that's actually the existence of Islamic banks at the moment. They are not able to reach the rest of the community. So we still have 30% of the communities who has happy to take Islamic banking, but the banks are not really ready there to get. And that's one of the issues that really need to be solved, so we can actually get everybody to be banked, everybody to be able to have financial access to financial service. So financial inclusion, and we know that the government, the Palestinian Monetary Authority and the Palestinian Capital Market Authority, they all working on this to improve this financial inclusion ratios, if you want. On the insurance sector, there are 8 conventional insurance sector and 2 takaful companies, and similar, even with 2 insurance company, they also have around 20% of the market. So we can tell you that, you know, this is imagine is that we can give them also more products, more supports, more digitalization, they will be able to capture 50% and 70% of the market easily. Similar in the leasing sector, while there is 13 conventional leasing sector, there is only one Islamic leasing company, and they also were doing well considering all, of course, the challenges they facing. On the microfinance side, and this is interesting, on the microfinance side, we don't have any single at the moment fully Islamic microfinance company. All the existing offer on Islamic finance is actually through existing companies who's doing dual offering or Islamic windows. And really, to look at it, I think one of the biggest problem is that it's easier to get a conventional microfinance loan. It's just straightforward. You just get the cash and you get the finance. But when it goes to Islamic, it's much more paperwork, much more difficult for the institutions to actually to handle and be able to provide microfinancing on the Islamic principles. And of course, that's part of what we created, our IFIN, our company, which actually works to digitalize the entire process end to end of the Islamic finance. And we hope that with this solution, when we bring it onto the microfinance level, we will be able actually to help microfinance companies to reach out to the consumers, to the people who actually want to do something, want to do through investment, and build their lives. And this is all come with the same theme that we all talking about. We don't want just to give charity. We don't just want to give donation. We need to be able to help the Palestinian to build their own businesses, to grow their micro and small businesses, to be able to move forward. And not only that, we need to create this through a digital platform that actually can take them out from the restrictions they have, the borders they have, the occupation, all these rules and all these checkpoints and all this controlling they have, so they can actually sell their services and goods outside Palestine, and depends on the entire Islamic world, if you want depth, to help them to go through this. So if we go for the challenges, of course, the main thing is the occupation, and of course the political and geographical split now between the West Bank and Gaza, adding to this problem. High level of employment, that means very little income, a lot of people losing their jobs, unstable job market, even the businesses who are trying to succeed with all this war and all these issues that are happening, it's actually affecting. There is a lot and high dependency on government jobs. So, people prefer to get into a job with the government because that will give them more stable income, more stable salary. Lack of interaction with the outside world, of course, it's very difficult even for professionals, for people who's actually working in the industry, to go outside to meet other people. But of course, now with these changes happening with the COVID-19, nobody is traveling anyway. So now there is more potential actually for people to meet online and to discuss online. So that hopefully will help. Of course, there is also lack of experience and qualified staff in Islamic banking. So this is also because there is no specific interaction with the outside world. There is the universities still lacking of bringing the Islamic finance into their system to be able to help and bring forward. Lack of Islamic products for the SMEs. Also, this is important from the banking, even in the Islamic banking sector. They do not have enough focus for the SMEs to offer. And I think they need the help. And that's what's coming from the lack of experience and qualified people to develop these products and to bring this to the market. So there is a need to help the Islamic banks actually to grow in this area and to offer more support. And of course, the crowdfunding, as Sister Sheza was saying, crowdfunding, bringing crowdfunding solution to Palestine is crucial for this solution. Now, of course, taking into this all in account, it's also good to know that access to internet and for digitalization has been blocked until 2015, and from 2015, the occupation allowed the Palestinian actually to have the 3G from that, and then from then a lot of changes has happened, which actually is significant and very important, and we can show you some slides now about the progress on the digital side, which can help you to understand what and how we can help in terms of the digital economy. Now, what's the opportunities we have? We have large segment of the population still unbanked, and that's due to regional reasons. So Islamic finance has still a 30% that can grow easily in the market, and that's completely new, untapped market. Yeah, high level of internet and mobile penetration, and we're gonna have a few slides also on that to show that actually, yes, while it was in 2015, there was no 3G, but now the majority of the population actually have mobile phones and have internet access. So yes, it might be not the speed that we want or the 5G that we're looking for, but it still can be workable in terms of how we can help them and offer them digital services. Low adaptation of digitalization by the local banks, and that's even creating the bigger opportunity because the banks still now they are not offering the services to the population, so to bring them up, and this is one of the major issues happening now. Payment sector in Palestine is ready for a huge change. There is only one acquirer in Palestine, one bank who actually run all the POS system, all the card system. So having a payment app that actually can serve all these customers there is a huge advantage. Now, if we're talking about moving to digital economy, if we're talking about the gig economy, the biggest problem is the digitalization of these services. So if we can offer ready solutions to Palestine and bring these solutions inside Palestine, then we will be able actually to get these SMEs, these entrepreneurs to get funding, to get their services to sold out, and to help them actually to build a digital economy that can be crossing the borders, crossing the blockage, crossing all the restrictions that have been created by the occupation. And this is critical. This is critical, and has to be done on a mass basis, not only on a single project or a bigger project. No, we need to build the infrastructure properly. So we have links between inside and outside through digital. So we make sure that we provide the service, we provide them the income, we provide them the ways to sell their goods and services to outside through our digital platform. So all these ideas about the super app, about the crowdfunding, about all this workable idea, and there is really, really great ground in Palestine for all this project to grow. And we are happy to help anyone who would like to set up any project in Palestine in all means possible for us available on our hand. Now, just to give you more information about what's going on in Palestine, you can see that there is almost total population of about 5 million. Mobile phone connection, you have 86% of the population. Internet users 64%, and that's all you can imagine. And we need to differentiate between the landlines access or the broadband access and the mobile phone access. Maybe the mobile phone access is more popular and more actually available in Palestine. Active on social media, you have 2.7 million users. That's almost 54% of the population. So you see the people there are very aware of what's happening. They are active on the social media. All what we need to do is to give them the right app, and there you go. They are ready up to go. Similarly, there is more information about the financial inclusion. If you want, people who having a bank account is only 25%. Who has a card is only 3% credit card, right? Who has the men who actually online purchases is only 7%. So you can imagine, you have 52% of the people online, right, using social media, but only 7% of the people who purchase online. So this is all tell you that there is a huge information there. There is huge potential for this type to come. And with this, I would like to thank you all, and I hope I haven't actually taken a lot more of my time. And back to you, Dr. Rizwan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shahir. I think, mashallah, great information overload, and I totally echo your words. I think there's a lot of potential, given that it's already what IFSB calls it important Islamic finance market, significantly important market. I think it qualifies for that. And given that it's only a small percentage of only banked population, I think there's a huge potential there. And I think the potential is also there for investors, because I was looking at some of the returns that the existing Islamic banks are making and the growth that they were generating. I think they were very promising in terms of both from an investor point of view as well as from a stakeholder as a user of these institutions. And I think a lot of appetite is there in general. I'll come back to you with some questions towards maybe the end. I'd like to move to Mr. Jalal Alvi, and Mr. Jalal, Dr. Shahir Abbas mentioned that the Islamic capital markets activity is very limited, or at least doesn't exist when it comes to Palestine. So as you know, who knows Sukuk better than yourselves? Sukuk, loosely speaking, being a conventional Islamic bond or an Islamic or an Islamic alternative of a bond. How do you think it can play an important role when it comes to Palestine? Has there been any issuance so far, and what can it do for Palestine economy? And in particular, I'd like to add that there's a lot of SMEs. SMEs generally account for about 55% of the GDP in Palestine. And how can Sukuk play an important role when it comes to raising funds for these SMEs? Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Naiders for inviting me, and it's indeed been a pleasure to be part of this distinguished panel, and I'm really honored to be here and trying to present something or discuss something which will be, inshallah, useful going forward. As far as the capital market, as rightly mentioned in Palestine, naturally there's seemingly a lot to be done. And if you talk about sukuk, generally, just to give a quick overview, it started, a bit more on the banking issuances and more, some quasi-sovereign and sovereign. And now sukuk market is well diversified in various regions, as we know, starting from Malaysia, which is well developed, Indonesia is well developed, and there's some interesting sukuk being issued from Far East and also from GCC region as well and other countries. What I think in terms of the, when I was trying to see what is done in Palestine, I think the major issue at the moment is, if you look at the capital market and sukuk specifically, as you mentioned, sukuk is basically, we cannot really compare it with the bond because it's, bond is more balance sheet based, while sukuk generally, depending upon the structure you're using, it has to have underlying asset. So that's, we know as a difference. And the main, thing which you need to have if you are issuing any sukuk is to have an enabling legal framework which needs to be in place. And at the moment, I don't think so that is present at the moment. So I think that's one thing we need to see, the legal framework, how the sukuk will work. Of recently countries, we have seen, for example, from African countries, which have recently started, like Nigeria now has issued number of sukuk issuances in the last couple of years, but they set it up and now, they're moving ahead in terms of, various sukuk issuances, more on the project financing side. So that, and now Egypt is also a new jurisdiction. It's already, corporates have started, and now you will see, I think, sovereign issuances also as well. So that is, I think, is one of the critical things which one has to see. And also, if you look at it from the central bank point of view, and when you have 3 Islamic banks, in terms of liquidity management, then you also have, short-term sukuks, which generally are used. So Islamic Bank have that, option if they have excess liquidity or, whether short-term sukuk or long-term. That is also one of the key things which is needed. And we have seen also in terms of, sukuk, which I would say would be important from the perspective of Palestine, would be social development sukuk issuances. So we have seen in the past that there has been issuance for immunization programs, there have been sukuk issuances for social development, for school setups, for various social development project of that sort. And we also seen the project financing side sukuk. So I think that is also, in my view, is the key things to be looked at it, provided you have a legal framework. And the third point is, again, coming to the banking sector, to provide them that avenue if they have funds or they want to invest, or also liquidity management point of view is also short-term, liquidity management instruments like short-term sukuks. You mentioned about the cost of issuing sukuk, and that used to be a major factor. But we have now seen over the period that there has been, on the smaller scale, if you see for the SME and all, then in Indonesia has a good example when they have issued, the Blossom, which has issued a sukuk on the blockchain platform for up to only $55,000. So I think that is now is been taken care of. And if there are, sukuk of sovereign or the corporate level or bigger, ticket items, then we also in IFM have issued now 2 sukuk standards. One is covering for the institutions, so that documentation is there for the capital adequacy purposes for Tier 1 capital perpetual, and also we have done ijara if they want to use. So the cost factor, I think now is being greatly taken care of. And to great extent, we have good examples which can be used for Palestine purposes to raise funding or to for various causes which are very important for the development of Palestine. So this is generally, I hope I've answered what you basically quiet.
Thank you very much. I think this is the benefit of being a late entrant into the market, right? You can leapfrog the times. We have a good example from the likes of Oman, where they have again, the Islamic banking and finance industry in general is growing in a far more organic manner than other countries. So they're learning from the experiences from others. And I see the same same thing for Palestine as well. Now I understand the Palestinian Monetary Authority is actively working with. Most recently, they signed an MOU with the Central Bank of Oman in terms of leveraging on each other's experiences. And again, I think very delighted to see the numbers in terms of 20% of the market share already with 65% of unbanked population. So the potential remains for such instruments in general, given that what you rightly mentioned, the legal framework is taken care of, and we believe from our perspective, what we understand is that they follow AOFI standards fully when it comes to Palestine, both the Palestinian Monetary Authority, the central bank, as well as the Capital Market Authority. They follow AOFI standards. So that also helps them at times not going back to the drawing board and starting something from scratch when something is already established. And I think that sets a great foundation for the SMEs to kind of leverage and benefit from, especially when the appetite is there, and as well as the returns are coming for investors. So I think it makes business sense for everyone involved. I have another question for you on the social development side, but maybe I'll come back to you if that's okay. I'd like to bring in the third very important component of Islamic finance when we talk about Islamic banking and finance, and that's takaful. And I would like to set the stage for Mr. Ajmal Bhatti Sahab to share his experience on the takaful and what is in it for Palestine, given that we already have two takaful institutions, as I understand from Brother Dr. Shahir. I leave it to you to share some of the insights, please. You're on mute. You are on mute has become a synonym of with Zoom.
Absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. And thank you, Brother Rizwan. It's really a great pleasure to be part of this webinar. My deep gratitude to the organizers and to the iPortal team. It is really wonderful to see talking about this great cause of rebuilding Palestine. When Brother Rushdie asked me to actually look into this thing, and of course, I'm actually all about takaful, I did a lot of digging, and I felt, that I was maybe the only one. But looking at, what we have already heard, it's really wonderful feeling that there's so much out there and we can get connected with each other. There is so much we can do. I mean, I've heard about, earlier Child's Cupful, the super app for the gig economy, and the crowdfunding up effect, all of that. These are wonderful initiatives, I think. And I think this is great for us to, share this podium, share this, our thought process. And hopefully, I think we can actually do something solid for rebuilding Palestine. I would like to go through my presentation, sharing the screen, and I will actually just switch off my video so that I can actually concentrate onto my notes as well. So let me just share the screen. Have you got the screen on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Right, the colorful landscape for Palestine. Before I actually go deeper into my presentation, just a quick preface to give a brief background perhaps about myself. so that, things can be put in perspective in what I have to actually say. My background is actuarial background. I'm an actuary by profession, and my experience in this region has been in Takaful for the last 30 years. I was in Bahrain and Dubai and Saudi Arabia and so on, Egypt as well. And I have also, had quite a extensive travel in several markets where Takaful is in the world. One of my current involvements is basically managing the platform on iPortal called the World of Takaful. And we already have more than 200 Takaful companies coming from some 39 countries. And that is really hopefully to connect the customers, students and experts, all in sharing their views and knowledge about Takaful. Coming back to this region, I have very fond memories of having visited Jerusalem and Bethlehem, as well as Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and so on, all these wonderful places. But these are, unfortunately, the places that have suffered so much for so long, for over 70 years. And the people are having some really terrible hardship and suffering for its people. Just one second. So to formulate my thoughts, I needed to understand really the extent of the current problems. What are the limitations? What are the gaps in the Takaful and the insurance sectors? And how these verticals in Takaful and insurance can be involved in the rebuilding efforts. So I had to actually talk with the various colleagues that I have in the industry and carried out a good deal of research looking for answers. But unfortunately, a lot of the information that we have out there is not really recent. It was good for me to find out that there are actually some world bodies like the World Bank. There are donor agencies and some governments who have been helping Palestine. But I also found so much of suffering, and that's really where we need to actually do things. So I'll be actually looking at the limitations and gaps, the Takaful sector, how that actually can be strengthened, and then connecting some of the dots between where the barriers are and who actually can enable us to remove those barriers, and then basically really to see how we can actually develop Takaful for a better tomorrow for Palestine. This slide is actually covering risks. Risks, basically, the insurance or the Takaful is a business of risk. So, whenever we have all these financial initiatives, Takaful is really out there for everything that we do. And therefore, my thought process is all about thinking about where are the risks. And if I say the risks in Palestine are huge, I think that would be still an understatement. The unemployment is massive, especially in the youth and the women. One estimate that I saw was that there are more than 66% of youth and 91% of women who are actually unemployed in Gaza side. And there are about 1.4 million people living in poverty. Agriculture, which is one of the main sources of income for many Palestinians, is in shambles. The disruptive impact of politics of war has led to this kind of vulnerability for the institutions and for the businesses in managing the market and production risks. And I think this is where we were actually talking about this gig economy and the super app. I think that's a wonderful idea. Looking at what I found, World Bank has funded various initiatives, and they also have got political risk insurance coverage. But I'm not really sure how far these have been effective. There are a number of unknowns, and I would actually like to know more about these things. For example, there is the Palestinian Disaster Risk Reduction and Insurance Fund, how effective that has been. We have the Islamic Development Bank and the OIC countries. What is the support that they have been giving and how effective that has been? And the Waqf activities, it'll be very, very important for us to actually know the extent of the work activities taking place in Palestine, or what we can do there. And of course, about the state of digitalization in the financial services, where we actually can reach out with the minimum of time and minimum of expense to the maximum impact that we can create. So we need to know more about all of these unknowns to overcome the barriers that there are, and to see which resources can be mobilized, how it can be mobilized, both locally and internationally. And really, I would urge all the listeners of this webinar to let us know whatever information they can provide us in overcoming these barriers and unknowns. This slide is, finding out, what is the current state of takaful, basically, and insurance. Previously, I think Brother Shahir Abbas, he was saying that takaful is 20%. I think it's very close to 24% that I found looking at the total premiums that there exists. I got this information from various sources, including the regulator. In terms of the living standards, for example, and the economic well-being, if we actually can see GDP per capita as a crude indicator of these kinds of living standards and economic well-being, then it is 12 times lower for Palestine compared to Israel. And the average amount of spent on insurance in Palestine is only $55 per person, compared to Israel's over $2,000. And the insurance penetration in Palestine is 1/12 of Israel's. In terms of the various classes of business in takaful and insurance, most of this went down from 2019 to 2020, except for motor. And that was only really because there was regulatory relaxation on the motor pricing and how the claims were actually dealt with to help the businesses cope with the loss of income due to the COVID impact, and also what was going on in Palestine. So in terms of the industry itself, takaful and insurance, they have been reasonably doing well in terms of profitability. They are still profitable, but I actually don't know the extent to which this industry is involved currently in the rebuilding process for Palestine. So we can actually learn from what's happening in the region and internationally. And these are some of the trendsetters in the region. In terms of having a strong industry of insurance and takaful, there has to be a good comprehensive regulations and strict compliance. And by the way, this also goes for other things that we want to do. For example, if we were to have a crowdfunding or a gig economy super app and all that, it has to have some sort of regulations in order to give confidence to the people who actually use it, that this is actually a good, genuine. So there has to be a good backing of regulations. There are sort of various things that are happening in the region. For example, certain classes of risks have been made compulsory, like the motor insurance and medical insurance, especially in the GCC. There has to be data protection regulations, good ones. And then some of the countries have issued specific takaful regulations, which are also very important. And takaful, in terms of the family takaful side, the life insurance has actually been sort of getting better understood. And I think that's primarily because of the double compliance that takaful has both on the regulatory side and the Sharia, that allows people to think that, it's okay to have life insurance. So the Takaful share of the market has been growing increasingly within the GCC, North Africa, Pakistan, and I think it's also grown in Palestine as well. So looking at the global view of what's happening in other parts and how it can be trendsetter for Palestine, I think the pandemic itself has accelerated the pace of change. And it is actually the digitalization that has become a game of success and survival for a lot of businesses. There are new ways, new norms of communication, especially the way we connect and communicate, benefiting us in a number of ways. For example, maximizing our productivity with minimum face-to-face interaction, financial planning that has to have really now the ESGs and the SDGs. They have to be embedded in it for the survival of the planet and the people. And this is actually also the essence of Islamic finance and Takaful. And of course, the fintech and insurtech, that goes without saying, that are being increasingly getting recognized. And these are really the catalysts of change that can maximize the benefits for businesses and people. So digitalization is happening fast in the region, including, of course, Israel, which is a big hub, the GCC, the Far East, and the Western countries. About over 7 billion has already been invested in the insurtech alone. And there are about 400 plus insurtechs in the world. A lot of them are in the US, but a lot of them are also in Israel. So in terms of, insurance and Takaful, we need to actually focus on few things in terms of, how digitalization can help us. If there is a digitalization, then that would enable real-time estimates of pricing everything that is insurable, such as travel, health, motor. It can help us to estimate the impact of mortality and morbidity through the lifestyle apps that there are now so many. And then, applying the machine learning, the AI, and the rest. And all of that goes towards reducing the expense of administration, distribution, processing, settling the claims, and so on, which actually then helps within Takaful, at least, to creating that surplus that goes back to the participants or the policyholders, and also a sustainability for the structures of Takaful providers, so that they can actually also get the good returns. And if this whole thing can be instituted into the businesses, into commerce and social pillars of the economy, then that would be the tomorrow for Palestine that should be better and safer and happier, I think. Looking at the barriers, this slide has some of the barriers specific to Takaful's growth and the development of Takaful generally in other parts of the world. And it would be useful to actually see how these barriers are being tackled in Palestine. I won't dwell too much on this because I think there's shortage of time, but I would like to say that the World of Takaful platform that we have on iPortal touches the pain points, touches all these pain points that create such barriers and the challenges that we have in Takaful and how digitalization can help us. This platform actually also enables us to explore, discuss, and consult with all those who are actually already ready on the digital ladder and have benefited from these things. So, that's so important really for us to actually bring this to Palestine. Apologies for this slide, this is a little too busy, but this is actually about imagining the Takaful of tomorrow in Palestine. For Takaful to be able to effectively contribute to the rebuilding process I think that it needs to be strong and stable in its operational structures and the financial standing. And the Takaful companies need to really be more innovative in new ways to price and manage the risk, in minimizing the distribution and operational inefficiencies, and working actively in providing risk coverage for the socio-economic initiatives and projects. You know, the recent events have impacted both life and health insurance quite badly, as are most of the classes of business that went down except for motor. As I covered this in the earlier slide, the life insurance or the family takaful went down by 82% and health by 98%. It's virtually non-existent. So, you know, these things are really something that is really quite serious. Motor did well because the regulator relaxed the rates and the claims settlement processes. But we need to see how insurance and the takaful sectors can benefit from the connectivity and the collaboration with external parties that can actually strengthen their operational and financial structures. And insurtech startups, I think, can enable all this, which can go a long way, I think, to stimulate the private sector growth in Palestine. So I think also working with the NGOs and the Waqf organizations can create impactful social solutions in micro-takaful and microfinance. We heard earlier that microfinance is not really that much, but you know, these things can happen. I mean, that initiative of the Child's Cup Full, which has sort of various things going on at a small scale, but very important scale. This is where micro takaful can actually go towards protecting whatever little assets people are creating through that initiative of Child's Cup Full. So innovation is needed through digitalization, which in fact can help improve all areas from covering the protection needs rather than offering standard off-the-shelf products to distribution, from distribution to risk management. And iPortal and the World of Takaful platform on it can be those catalysts that can connect people to such possibilities. So this is actually my last slide, which is actually about really the diversity of iPortal that covers all the verticals of hope that are available to everyone. And as for takaful, you can see here, I've listed some of the sort of various touch points that where people can actually explore the opportunities of hope for a better tomorrow through takaful, through micro takaful, green takaful, work-driven takaful, and all the like. So really, in the end, I would like to actually say that I sincerely hope that everyone listening to this webinar can actually think of ways to collaborate and can step forward to help in whatever way they can, intellectually, professionally, financially, in this rebuilding effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This was a very comprehensive coverage of takaful for Palestine. So, I really appreciate a lot of hard work that went into pulling out the data on it. I'm not sure about the recent activities that have happened. Should we be happy, or should we be more concerned about the industry? Of course, it's in line with the global takaful industry as well, where the penetration is really on the low side. So we hope with the collective effort and some of the points that you mentioned on the regulatory front, on the digitalization front, if we can kind of leverage on them and kind of leapfrog, reach out to people who otherwise cannot be reached, and potentially maybe institutions outside the world, outside Palestine, can offer their services for the people. But it's very much chicken and egg, and very much connected with the political and development that happened. So we pray that things improve for the better for the people of Palestine, inshallah. But I think very important coverage was there, and we would appreciate if some of those links and presentations can be shared for the audience. I think that will be very helpful, especially on we talked about World Thaqaful on iPortal page. I think that was very interesting. And you talked about a lot about Waqf and the role of Islamic social finance cannot be discounted. And we talk about the Waqf, the Zakah, the charitable givings or voluntary contribution, be it philanthropy or other charitable giving. And when we talk about rebuilding Palestine, and we have a lot of good models and good development from other parts of the world, which can be used in the context of Palestine. And I think to cover Waqf and Awqaf, what you just rightly mentioned, I'd like to invite Mr. Tayyib Ahmadijani to share some of his insights on Waqf. I would only appreciate if he can do it rather brief, because I think we are pressed for time as well. With that, I leave it to you to share some insights on Waqf, please.
Sure. It gives me great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to be enriched with the discussion, as well as I've been enriched already by the excellent speakers who preceded me. The major themes of my discussion today, or my presentation today, is related to the social finance instruments, including zakat, sadaqah, waqf, and benevolent loans that were used and utilized in the past and are going to be used also in the future to support the resiliency and resistance of the Palestinian people. The essence of the Palestinian cause is the liberation of all of the land of Palestine from the racist, colonial, ethnic cleansing, military, imperialist, and Zionist occupation. A significant part of the productive land and income-producing real estate were Waqf properties since the dawn of Islam in Palestine. The Israeli occupation appropriated the absolute majority of the Waqf lands in Palestine, as well as the British mandate that existed directly after the First World War, and when the establishment of the racist entity Israel happened in 1948, various schemes were used to steal and appropriate the Waqf properties of Palestine. Waqf, in essence, as we all know it, is habsul aini wa tasbil al-thamara. It means blocking the asset and releasing its dividends. Therefore, these assets in Palestine were in particular in Old Town Jerusalem, Old Town Jaffa, Ramle, Led, Acre, Akka, and many cities in Palestine before occupation, in effect were 90% in Jerusalem, in the case of Jerusalem, Islamic Waqf, 7 to 8% probably Christian Waqf, and the rest is privately owned properties. I mean, Waqf was extremely important cornerstone in the development of Palestine, as well as, of course, in the development of the Islamic civilization for the past 14 centuries. Here I give some quick glance at the statistics. Like in Acre, it's 80 to 90% of the Old Town residential commercial property was Islamic Waqf. In Jerusalem, it's more than 90%. In the whole geography of Palestine, it's 6.25% was registered as Islamic Waqf during the Ottoman rule. Majority of agricultural landowners during the Mamluki and Ottoman periods dedicated 1/3 or even more of their total assets to Islamic Waqf in its two forms, private Waqf and family or Dharri Waqf. Private means the benefits and the dividends of Waqf go to majority of needy people, general people. Dharri Waqf is mainly dedicated to families, and the benefits goes mainly to family members. Since the dawn of Islam, Palestine was at the heart of the Islamic Ummah. Two major aggressions usurped and appropriated Islamic Waqf. These were during the Crusaders periods in the medieval time and the imperialist Zionist occupation of Palestine in the contemporary context. Here I speak about historical macro perspective, the various waves of colonization of the Arab world, including Palestine at its heart. Since Napoleon's conquest of Egypt and Palestine in 1798 and his committing the massacre of Jaffa, my hometown, 2 years thereafter. And then, of course, the French occupation of Algeria in 1830 and the British occupation of Aden in Yemen in 1838. Colonization of Palestine commenced during this first wave of colonization in the early 1850s. And thereafter, I speak about the other three following waves of colonization, the third being the occupation of Libya by the fascist Italy government in 1911, followed by the occupation of Morocco by France in 1912, and so on, until we reach the fourth wave of colonization, which effectively happened during the early 2000s, when the war criminal Ariel Sharon in September 2000 entered the Al-Masjid al-Aqsa, and in effect, here a new element existed in the struggle, which is related to the great attack on not only the belief system of the majority of the population here in the region, but also on the whole Islamic civilization. Four building blocks for the Zionist racist colonization of Palestine took place. So in order to understand how to deal with the Waqf issue and the Waqf cause in Palestine, we need to know exactly what the occupation did in order to confiscate and appropriate the majority, absolute majority of Waqf properties, whether agricultural lands, whether income generating real estate, and so forth. So the first element, cornerstone, was the unqualified support of a superpower. The first was the US, the first was the UK, then followed by the USA. And here this is relatively clear, so I will not explain it, self-explanatory. The second building block was committing massacres and genocide to eradicate and transfer the Palestinian population to neighboring countries. And here I give some examples of the various massacres carried out since 1948 up till today, till last May 10th up to May 21st of this year. What happened in Gaza is a massacre. Yes?
Can I please request you to use the presenter view, or if you can do it full screen, that will be helpful.
Sure.
It's on the right-hand side, on the right, further right.
Yeah, here. Sure. Forgive me for this. So the other element in the occupation's strategy was destruction of towns and villages of Palestinians, so that no homes are to be returned to, and the refugees cannot therefore go back to their homeland. And here, as we discussed, the massacres, destruction of various cities, various cities and towns and sub-districts around the major urban centers of Palestine were destroyed, completely annihilated. And the fourth cornerstone was the promulgation of racist laws, directives, and statutes to deprive the refugees the right of return. And here, of course, one of the most important laws by which the Israeli occupation stole Palestinian Waqf land is called the law of people who, the law of the people who are not existing after 1948 in Palestine. It's called absentee property law, where the public, private, and Waqf lands and properties of Palestinians were appropriated in favor of the newly established Zionist states and its army. So this element was effectively the most effective and significant way for the racist occupation to appropriate Waqf lands in Palestine. It's by way of legal directives based on an absentee property law, which effectively appropriated absolute majority of Waqf properties in Palestine. Now, the apartheid-based Oslo Accords in 1993 provided for the creation of a Palestinian Authority, which is in effect is not as patriotic or as capable entity to support the resurgence of Waqf and defend Waqf in Palestine in a way that is effective and powerful. So what we have here is a Palestinian Authority that's extremely weak and is not acting in full, I would say, ownership of and full-heartedness in support of the Palestinian cause to support Waqf initiatives and help in making Waqf in Palestine, again, a stepping stone for liberation and for development. Palestine geography, in essence, as per today, is 3 parts: occupied Palestine, 1948, Gaza, and the West Bank. Gaza was a center of enlightenment since ancient history. Imam Shafi'i was born in Gaza, most densely populated urban center globally. It has 65% unemployment rate, lowest per capita income. Most of the fresh water wells have dried up, and there isn't even a minimal infrastructure that exists. The post-Oslo Accords, Gaza became, in essence, was liberated in 2005 by way of the Zionist entity's occupation withdrawal. However, a sea, air, and land blockade ensued its liberation and converted the strip of 360 kilometers squared into an open-air prison, the largest in the world, containing more than 2 million people. The Zionist entity committed 4 massacres since its withdrawals from Gaza in 2005. We know the dates of these various massacres. They call them wars, but they are not. And the first started in 2008, 2009, second in 2012, 2014, and the last happened 2 months ago in 2021. Thousands of Palestinian homes were destroyed, and thousands of innocent Palestinian women and children were killed. And of course, the Waqf properties in Gaza accordingly suffered tremendously. The rehabilitation of Waqf in Gaza is a priority and an initiative to optimize the returns of the existing Waqf assets could be implemented ASAP. And I think this is one of the probably the important initiatives that we can work on going forward, is how to connect the Waqf in Gaza in particular with, as it is less dependent on Israeli authority than the rest of the Waqf in Palestine, to rehabilitate it ASAP and assist in the reconstruction of various parts of Palestine. My colleague, Samar Al-Alami, gave me a number of projects and priorities, including reconstruction costs for mainly water projects, and the list is available and shall be provided to you, as well as some other background information related to the needs of Gaza in particular, and the forms of contemporary Waqf structures and 4RI, as well as crowdfunding, should be used in order to enhance as much as possible the returns, as I said, of the Waqf assets in Gaza in particular as a starting point. And as good examples, we see the Islamic Solidarity Fund that was launched by Islamic Development Bank. It helped and assisted various projects throughout Palestine. There were important developments recently in Bahrain and Labuan in Malaysia, where trust laws were promulgated for the establishment of contemporary private and family forms of awqaf. And these can also be replicated in Palestine relatively fast. Capital market authorities in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain also allowed recently the listing of awqaf shareholding investment corporations. And this is a very important legal development in Saudi and Bahrain. Hopefully we can also replicate this in Palestine. Awqaf funds for various specific purposes that existed first in the most advanced form in Kuwait, probably 4 decades ago, and developed thereafter in various other Muslim countries. There was a waqf fund for healthcare, a waqf fund for education, a third for the environment, a fourth for specific other reason, and so forth. Waqf properties investment funds were also established by Islamic Development Bank, as well as advanced governance structures in organized capital markets will for sure induce the demand side by donors and investors. Waqf managers are also going to benefit from these advanced legal structures. And as such, with crowdfunding technologies as well as 4RI, hopefully we can assist Gaza's Waqf assets to be developed rather fast, and Muslim countries and Waqf entities throughout Muslim majority countries, as well as beyond, can assist in this respect. I will end here, and thank you so much, and sorry for being not as organized as usual. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I think this was a very comprehensive presentation. I know that you've got about 76 slides on this, and I got actually scared a bit. But thank you for managing to cover it very ably in a brief period. I know there's a lot we can talk about when it comes to Waqf. We are pressed for time, and I appreciate a lot of you have joined us from different parts of the world, and have also I think this is really late in the day for some of them. I have a couple of questions on Waqf, one for Mr. Jalal, and I think then I also thank Brother Muhammad Hassan, who has agreed to kind of swap his turn with Brother Faisal Bahadeen, who probably is about 12 o'clock where he is. So I think he will share his insights. A lot of very experienced leader within the Islamic halal space. A lot of groundbreaking work he has done over the years, and I would appreciate if you can share some of the opportunities on halal tourism when it comes to Palestine with us. So, Brother Hassan, I'll come to you for the Waqf World Day, inshallah, shortly, the World Waqf Day. Brother Fazal?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rizwan. Can you, I just need to share my screen. Yeah. Right. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all of you. I'm sorry to gate crash my session. It's almost midnight here because we had one of our conferences today, the whole day, and then I have to continue tomorrow the whole day as well. So I may not be in good shape even now, actually, but I'll try my best. I'll keep it short. I mean, Brother Rushdie asked me to talk about tourism. That's what we are specialized in. It might look a bit out of place now, maybe in Palestine, but let me try and contextualize this and try to see if there are some opportunities that Palestinians could look at. So very briefly, as all of you know, travel is probably the most significantly hit industry due to the pandemic because we can't travel. Travel tourism, we are now, it's all lockdowns, can't go out of the house. Travel has been the biggest, impact of the COVID-19. 2020 was a disaster for travel. 2020. So now we are all looking at when will travel recover. Whether it's definitely not going to be 2021, whether it's going to be 2022. Most projections are not 2022. Most projections talk about 2023. Even when it comes back, how will the travelers behave? Will they change? So there's a whole bunch of issues going around that. This is, in contrast to 2019, where we were all riding high and thinking, over tourism and all kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, the world has turned around when it comes to travel. So that's where we are, very badly hit. Millions, hundreds of, probably more than 100 million jobs have been lost in the travel industry the last 15 months. Devastated economies because, almost 11% of GDP of many countries, globally is directly related to travel. In some countries, almost 20-30% is directly related to travel and tourism. So that's the status of travel. Overall, we are very focused on the Muslim market since 2008, almost 12 years. We have been working on understanding the Muslim market and Muslim travel market. Some call it halal travel, Islamic travel, let those names go away. But at the end of the day, we are talking about simply how many Muslims are traveling for tourism and business and all that. So just to give an idea, let me see if this works. So if you see from 2013, we of course, we have data beyond that as well. 2013 to 2019, the growth of Muslim travel was very huge. I think it's almost 7.5% CAGR from 2013 to 2019. So 2013, there were about 108 million Muslim visitors, Muslim international arrivals. And 2019, we saw almost 160 million Muslim visitor arrivals globally. However, of course, as it happened to all the travel industry, 2020, it just came down crashing. We had about 40 plus million Muslim travelers, but that also mainly in the first quarter of last year, because all the borders start closing mainly the second quarter of last year. So most of this, even the 42 plus million, happened in the first quarter of last year. This year we see there is some recovery. So we see maybe it could there could probably 20-25 million Muslim travelers in the second half of this year as borders open. I think the biggest question now is when will travel recover, and within that context, when will Muslim travel recover? So most of the predictions are, and our projections as well, Muslim travel market will recover up to about 80% by 2023. So that gives you a context of what we are talking about. Why Muslim, and we keep saying that Muslim travel market is going to continue to play a very important, significant role in travel recovery, because they are almost 10% of the global travel industry. Of course, it doesn't represent the Muslim population, which is about 26%, but in travel, we represent around 10-11% at most. However, the demographics are there, 2.3 billion by 2030, according to Pew Research, I think. Young population, growing population. So all that means that Muslim travelers are going to play a significant role in the next phase of travel. We also talked about in 2019. So we released an annual report on the Muslim market with MasterCard, jointly with MasterCard. It's called the Global Muslim Travel Index, where we rank 140 countries on how Muslim traveler friendly they are. And we sort of identified 3 phases of the Muslim travel market. Sorry for that. Here we use halal travel because that's what Google understands. People search halal travel, so we use that term interchangeably between Muslim travel and halal travel. So we have seen, we identified that 2019 was the start of the next phase of what we call halal travel and halal travel 2.0, driven by technology, social activism, demographics, environment. These are the 4 key drivers that we identified. Why I'm saying all that is that these are going to be pretty relevant even more now than in 2019 after the pandemic, especially when it comes to social activism, because we see that people are becoming more community conscious, environment conscious. Of course, technology is going to play a key role in every touch point of a traveler as we go forward. 3 keys to unlocking the full potential of this market. And, we work with lots of travel organization, tourism boards around the world. It's about education, awareness of this market. Not many people realize that Muslim travelers play a huge role in the travel sector. And then, building capability and capacity, and then of course, marketing your products and services to the Muslim traveler. So that sort of gives you an idea of what the market is. So if you want a lot more detail about the market, we have been releasing a lot of reports since 2015 with MasterCard, but before that, we also have released many other reports. So we are releasing our main report tomorrow at our conference tomorrow. So this is the main report called Global Muslim Travel Index Annual Report. So that's GMTI 2021. We have released reports on different consumer behavior, Muslim women traveler, digital Muslim traveler, so many other things. We also, so these are about 20 reports that we have been releasing with MasterCard the last 6-7 years. So we get a lot more information on that one. Now, where am I? So as I said, this is the report that we are releasing tomorrow, and it's our premier report. So I was talking about our conference. This is our conference that we have, Halal in Travel Global Summit. It's a 3-day program, more than 80 speakers from various tourism boards and other stakeholders. So if you have time, please go to events.crescentrating.com and you'll have all the program there. This is where I wanted to come to. All that was for this slide. So what do we do? What can somebody in Palestine do? Of course, yes, develop domestic tourism, develop international tourism probably will take time. Inshallah, we'll get there at some point in time. But even now, I think since this is a huge growth market, the Muslim travel market, I think there are opportunities for Palestinians to become contributors to this market in many ways. So actually, even us, we have a platform. So probably you didn't know that. So we have 2 brands. One is Crescent Rating, which is the brand that we work with a lot of countries and a lot of B2B platform. We also have a consumer brand called Halal Trip. So, for instance, currently we have writers from Palestine who write for us a lot of content from there. So I think there are many opportunities for content especially for content creation, especially in this segment, travel segment. I think there are probably possibilities even in other Muslim halal lifestyle segments for content creation. I'm sure there are very good content creators in Palestine. At least we use writers both for English content, for proper English content, as well as for Arabic content. For translations we use as well. So I think that's probably where Palestinians could start. I know we struggle as well working with them because, people are trying to put barriers even for that, right? When it comes to paying them and all that, it's not straightforward. But I think that's an area to look at. And I know Rushdie was talking to me about somebody doing some work on that. But I think that's probably the lowest hanging fruit in getting involved, at least from a travel sector. And I know that it's doable because we do it. So I think, yes, the next step is, how do we develop domestic tourism to start with, and then probably international tourism, domestic and regional, for instance. Domestic, yeah. And that's probably a slightly longish topic. I don't want to pretend that I understand what tourism has been or is now in that part of the world, but that's something that we could probably discuss. But I want to leave you with this particular actionable can do now thought, which is, there are huge opportunity for content creators and people are looking for content creators. And from our experience working with a couple of them in Palestine, they come, especially for the halal industry, you need to come with a certain set of values, and they do have that values. They are, we can work with them. So with that, Dr. Rizwan, I want to leave the stage to you, back to you. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you very much. Before you go away, let me wish you all the best for your event. You've been You know, you've been in this market for a very long time, mashallah, and doing a lot of great work to provide an alternative to the halal tourism sector, or the Muslim friendly tourism sector in that sense. I think one thought that came through to my mind, and I think you probably didn't cover it purposely, how can we as generally stakeholders and who are worried about Palestine in general can be contributors to the local economy in general? So potentially, can we be a contributor where we, you know, the Sheikh Jarrah, the Gaza, the Palestine in general, can it become a hub for tourism? I mean, each of us maybe traveling to the place, be it before religious purposes or otherwise, trying to contribute in our capacity and maybe you know, make it a hub for travel. So maybe, you know, every little helps from that point of view. So maybe potentially we can start from there and develop onwards from there. I'm mindful of your time and your commitment. So, you know, let me thank you maybe on behalf of the organizers to stay back besides your busy schedule. And we wouldn't like to hold you a lot. I mean, we'd love to hear, you know, a lot of intellectual work that you've done, mashallah, and thoughts that you have and insights. I think that would need a whole day or days to cover. But thank you very much. Inshallah, we'll keep it for another day, that one. Thank you. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you very much. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakumullah khair. You know, we were talking about, before the halal tourism sector, we were talking about the waqf, and I have a very a question. I'm not sure if Mr. Jalal is here, and we were talking about waqf, and you know, you covered about assets in general, assets being tied when it comes to sukuk. I think how about an idea of a global waqf sukuk? And Mr. Jalal, are you with us? I think it's prayer time here in Bahrain, so maybe we'll come back to him. So I think in the meantime, let us hear from you, Brother Muhammad Hassan, as the CEO and co-founder of World Waqf Day. Thank you for being very patient with us. You know, help and educate us how, you know, what is this new initiative about? I have myself signed up for it, but I think I would love to understand it a bit better on what can we do and what are the activities involved here. So thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us the strength, health, time and opportunity for us to connect, collaborate, and contribute for the peace, progress, and prosperity in rebuilding Palestine. We all know that the World Waqf Day was soft launched on the 1st of July 2021, that's 13 days ago. And the purpose, the plan, and progress for the World Waqf Day, for today's context in rebuilding Palestine, I would like to call it as Waqf with Dignity. Or we can call it as hashtag Waqf with Dignity, plus another one, hashtag for humanity and Mother Earth. The World Waqf Day was soft launched on the 1st of July to unite global citizens to bring peace, progress, and prosperity for humanity and Mother Earth. And moving forward, okay, please have listened to Sister Jeanette, Sister Sija, Brother Fauzi, Brother Putu, Brother Shahir Abbas, Brother Ajmal, Brother Taib, and Brother Faisal. And I'm so glad and excited that our platform, the World Waqf Day platform, the place for all of us to come together, to collaborate and build a community with Waqf talks or with the Waqfpreneurs, for example. I just want to share with you the first step that, you know, when people visit our website, they can see that normally people put down there as our team or our story. But over here in World WAF Day, we put it as our family. And our family actually started from the founder and chairman, Dr. Rusdi Siddiqui, who has tirelessly been working on this project in 2019. And finally, in 2021, 1st of July, we did a soft launch. And on our advisory board, we have our brother Tariq Shiman, who is our chairman. And we have our sister Nida Khan, who is in the WAF blockchain domain, just to name a few. Moving forward, what's the first step that the global audience, when they come on board to World WAF Day's website, the first thing they can do is to do the WAF pledge. And this WAF pledge is basically to unite the society to progress and prosper with the WAF ecosystem to support the UN SDG and also the WAF domain. So that's the pledge that we want to, the global audience to embark on. And Alhamdulillah, for the past 13 days, we have around 43 pledge takers who do the impact pledge from 15 different countries. And if I'm not wrong, 20 different industries so far. We will see the growth day by day in our social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. We have seen an increase day by day. Alhamdulillah. Next, let me share with you about the WAF SDG Academy. Very interesting, because spreading awareness is one, but actually spreading awareness needs some courses to move on. We are working together with SDG Academy to give free courses to all our participants on the 36 courses that is run by SDG Academy for free, number one. Number two, for all WAF community or the people who are embarking on the participating on the WAF talks or the WAFpreneurs, they will be embarking or participating with entrepreneurship courses with EDX. An example, Harvard X, number two, MIT. And also, it's free for us to come together to participate. So what we're trying to do here in World WAF Day, we're trying to give, to spread awareness and educate as much as possible to ask people to take the first step is to participate. Come on board, have a look, explore, and see what we can do for the WAF SDG Academy. Number three, let me move on to WAF economy. WAF economy is something that, the WAF ecosystem, what we know since before till today, it's, people always talk about mosques, madrasas, about building a well. Alhamdulillah, that's our roots and how we do WAF economy. Right now, what I would like to share is we are going to embark on impact-driven projects. What do I mean by impact-driven projects? Projects that is aligned with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So if you visit our website, the first thing that we will do is to address the issues, the 17 goals that UN has been addressing to the whole, to the global community. So we address the problem first. Once we address the problem, the next will be giving solutions from 4 corners of the world. And that is what we were trying to embark on. One project for Palestine today, which I will share with you later. One project that we're going to take on. Let me move on the WAF blockchain. Interesting. The blockchain has been something people have been talking about. Well, alhamdulillah, we are trying to work with the Singapore Blockchain Innovation Program and also with our sister Nida, Nash FinTech, to come together and to create blockchain technology, if possible, made in Singapore. Let me just move forward to the next slide. Okay, if you go down to our website, you can see there are featured events that we are doing and it will be posted on our website, and you can do RSVP there. And one of them is today that we are doing Rebuilding Palestine. And if you scroll below, you can take the pledge. There's an immediate action that you can take. The immediate thing that you can do to make a WAF noble gift that brings dignity and uplifting communities. That's the first thing that you can do, to just take the pledge. Number 3, the community. You see, our communities, this is the most important part. When we were talking about, social impact projects, we're talking about Takaful just now. Sister Jeanette was sharing about woman empowerment. Sister Caesar was sharing about social impact projects. Brother Fauzi was talking about super app, and the list goes on. Please come to this platform. This platform is another TED Talks. TED Talks was done in 2006, but this one we are starting in 2021, from TED Talks to WAF Talks. So please, I would urge everybody to come, the global audience to come on board, to contribute. Not only the WAF domain, but also anything that's concerning humanity and Mother Earth. And also, I would really want to give the time to the youth community. Youth needs to play a very big part, and we need to give a platform to them. So this WAF Talk is something that I want to give the space, the time, and the encouragement to the youth to participate. Number 2 is the WAFpreneur. WAFpreneur is another interesting one, that we embark on social impact startup projects. We give them free access to connect, collaborate, and contribute. This is very important because social impact startups, they are the ones who come up with ideas, with something that we never think of, but they are always the ones that is not being taken care of one way or another. So what we're trying to do, give them access, give them a platform, come, participate. And from here, we have great thinkers and leaders on our board. We have great thinkers and leaders, that can support you and do whatever they can to bring you to the next level. That is what I plan to do for the WAFpreneur. Next, the global impact-driven projects. As you can see, we have 4 projects now, one in Niger, one in Sudan, one in Uganda, and one in Malawi, right? So we are trying to work with Muslim Aid to see how we can do projects that is tie in together with UN SDGs. So ourselves, UN, and Muslim Aid are coming together to do this project. So this is one thing we're going to do on 3 different things: for the sun, for the soil, and for the sea. So these are the 3 things that we were going to embark on in these 4 areas. Next, as I was sharing just now about the United Nations Global Goals, if you can just visit our website, just click one button on End Poverty, for example, you will have the complete data of everything that's happening on poverty until 2020's data. So the same, if you press End Hunger or Ensuring Healthy Lives, Quality Education, Gender Equality, Clean Energy, and the list goes on until the last one, Partnership. You press the button, all information is there for you to know. Why we do this? Because we want the global audience to know the problem. Only when you know the problem, when you understand the problem, you will take action, right? We want to spearhead this, giving this platform where people can come in and understand the problem, not just by showing pictures and numbers, but telling them the real world problem. That's what we were trying to do in World WAF Day. Next is...
Brother Hassan, we closing up?
Yes.
Wrapping up soon?
This is the last one.
Okay.
What are we going to do for rebuilding Palestine? The first project we're going to do is Safe Drinking Water for Palestine program. This program is going to support United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Number 1, no poverty. Number 3, good health and well-being. Number 6, clean water and sanitation. And number 8, decent work and economic growth. We are working together with NGOs who are based in Palestine, and this program to provide access to safe drinking water through implementation of water technology, install solar-powered water units in rural areas where access to electrical problem, enhance the quality of life by providing jobs for these projects. So I would like to summarize my session today. I would like everybody, please participate. Please have a look at our website, World WAF Day. There's a lot of things going on down there. We are 13 days old now, but we are putting a lot of things to make sure that, you know, the platform is ready for everybody to participate and showcase what they can do, and we will progress from there. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Brother Muhammad Hassan, and apologies for squeezing you a little bit. Unfortunately, I think we are well over our time, but you've really mentioned some very critical points. I think we have not talked about work in such a manner, the potential that this important instrument of Islamic social finance, the potential it has. I think if we kind of deploy it in the right manner, I think it can cover a lot of loopholes and kind of facilitate the building of the infrastructure, in social infrastructure in general. So it's no more the mosques, as you mentioned, and no more the madrasas, but work can be used to build a lot of other social infrastructure social infrastructure, etc., which has been done in the past, but it needs to be continued. So thank you very much for this very important initiative, and we wish you best. Unfortunately, we would have to kind of wrap up this session. Let me just thank you all. We covered a lot of stuff, and I think a lot of important thoughts were shared and insights were provided on Islamic banking landscape, on the thaqaful industry, on the capital market side when it comes to sukuk and how it can be used to raise funding for the entrepreneurs and SMEs in particular. We talked about one important Islamic social finance instrument, which is Waqf, and the historical developments of work from Palestine point of view, and then we talked about the World Waqf Day. So I would like to thank you so very much, all of you, because there are a lot of other things that we can talk about when it comes to Islamic social finance, the role of philanthropy, the charitable giving, the benevolent part, which has been successfully deployed in other parts of the world, can be imported to Palestine and make it beneficial for the local stakeholders to use it, so they can be economically empowered. So let me thank you all, Brother Dr. Shahir Abbas, Mr. Jalal Alvi, Mr. Ajmal Bhatti, Mr. Tayyib Dajani, and Brother Muhammad Hassan. Thank you very much for this, for sharing the insights. Inshallah, we'll benefit from them for the other workshops in future as well. So thank you very much. I think we have the last speaker for the day, for this session, and I would like to, hand it back to Brother Dr. Rushdie to kind of introduce Sister Maryam Al-Jaja to talk about environmental landscape. Brother Rushdie.
Thank you, Brother Rizwan, very much for the job of moderating. It's a lot of content, and you managed to basically do a great job of roping everyone in. Our last speaker, but not the lead speaker, but I think one of the most important speakers. We talk about Palestine from different lenses. One of the areas we don't talk about the region generally, and Palestine specifically, is from the environment. Climate change respects no borders, faiths, cultures. It impacts the rich, the poor, so on and so forth. And Maryam, we are honored to have you here, and thank you for being so patient. Her bio is in front of you, so I'm not going to read it, but know that she's a general manager for the Arab Group for Protection of Nature. Maryam, thank you. Please enlighten us, educate us, and tell us the way forward.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you so much for this very warm welcome and nice introduction. As has been mentioned, I'm the General Manager of the Arab Group for the Protection of Nature. We're an independent people's organization. We also consider ourselves as a green resistance movement. We were founded around 20 years ago, and we focus on enhancing sovereignty over food and natural resources. It's a concept that I will explain later. But we focus on areas impacted by conflict, war, and occupation in pretty much our region. So there are many trendy approaches towards environmental sustainability. I'm sure you've heard some of these. So there's green economy and circular economy, which focus on reducing or eliminating waste. We have other concepts that are more attached to agriculture, or the bridge or overlap between environmental protection and agriculture, which is smart agriculture promoted by FAO, which is the UN, and agroecology by some civil society organization. And then there's also environmental resilience, which is a little bit more problematic to us because it promotes adaptation to the status quo. But pretty much all of these concepts are focusing on resource conservation, the elimination of negative externalities and waste, and efficiency. So you cut costs, you get more economic growth and profit. In essence, all of these trendy concepts and approaches, they're focusing on decoupling or breaking the link between environmental bads and economic goods. So we are decoupling environmental pressures from economic growth. But the problem with these concepts is, the problems are many in our perspective. One is that these concepts are thrown without looking at the balance of power that make these transformations possible. They don't look at who gets the profit because of cutting the costs. So they don't look at distribution issues. And also they focus on economic growth. They don't look at other ethical questions that pertain to human rights. They also, like in green economy, they focus on creating more dependency on northern innovations and technical expertise. So these are some of the shortcomings of these very trendy concepts and approaches that have been promoted by international organizations. But because we're talking today about Palestine, about rebuilding Palestine, are these concepts really useful? In our perspective, they are not. One, they do not look at or try to put at the center of these processes people's rights. So they do not prevent resource grabbing, or they don't protect communities and their access to natural resources. They also do not look at structural causes and the monopolization of production. So you have all these Israeli produce, being dumped into Palestinian markets. Also these environmental concepts, they only look at the production side of these processes. They don't look at the consumption side. So in Palestine, where food is being used as a weapon, these very trendy concepts, are not really useful. And as a matter of fact, if Israel uses these approaches, you can see it can be seen as a form of greenwashing. So in order to avoid adopting environmental approaches that are empty, or that they are, as I said, a form of greenwashing, or that they're a vehicle for increased inequality, we need to put people in the center of environmental and agricultural approaches. So in a nutshell, we need to put people's rights as our mission. They have to be at the center of decision making. They have to be, these approaches have to be accountable to the people. We have to try to localize production and support local initiatives. What is it to invest in a situation of conflict and occupation and settler colonialism? So one is, of course, rehabilitation and recovery for environmental damages, for agricultural damage losses. And then you have the developmental goals, trying to enhance economic sectors, economic growth, social welfare, etc. But also the third factor, which is often missing and really important, it's protection and prevention. So we do not want to always focus on building resilience, or their definition of building resilience, but more of tackling the root causes and preventing the essential driving factors of people's vulnerability. Another aspect which we, as the Arab Group for the Protection of Nature, focus on, and we urge the international community to look at, is food sovereignty. And food sovereignty is a concept that surpasses food security. Food security is the availability and the immediate access of food. Food sovereignty is people's control over resources of production. And food sovereignty, in our perspective, is the way, or one of the main essential ways to achieve political sovereignty. So what do we do as APN? First, we try to influence policy at the international, regional, and national levels. So at the international level, we've really impacted a lot of international platforms, UNEP, FAO, IUCN, and we try to put Palestine and occupation and settler colonialism as a concept on the agenda of these organizations. Two, we support people-led research. And I'm mentioning these ideas because I think these are very important ideas for investment. So people-led research. Also fact-finding missions. For instance, we had organized a fact-finding mission. It was also part of our South-South cooperation, where a delegation came from East Asia to Jordan to Palestine to monitor and record Israel's dumping of toxic waste on agricultural farms. And the reports were sent to Geneva. And even the Ministry of Agriculture, of Environment in Palestine used these reports in order to demand compensation. So we also urge international solidarity, but the crux of our work is community-led rehabilitation initiatives. And here I want to move to talk about our Million Tree Campaign. So our Million Tree Campaign started 20 years ago, before the formation of APN. In 2000, there was the Intifada, and there was a systematic attack on agricultural lands. Almost 1 tree per minute was being uprooted, systematically uprooted. So APN, so a group of environmentally conscious people started this campaign under the slogan, "They uproot a tree, we replant 10." And you can see the slogan in front of you. So the trees and agriculture are connected, directly connected to the communities. And when the Israelis uproot these trees, they're uprooting communities. And when we are trying to, do reforestation and replanting, we plant these people back into their lands. Why was this campaign initiated? So you see the systematic attack on agriculture in Palestine. Almost 3 million trees have been uprooted. Fruit-bearing trees have been uprooted since the year 2000. Some of these trees are completely destroyed. Others are stolen because of their economic value, as you see. Israel does this to dismantle the agricultural sector, which is the prime agricultural sector in Palestine, also to use food as a weapon, and to start to push for the detachment of Palestinians from their social, spiritual, and historical capital. But the most important aspect of replanting those trees is the battle over land. So the Israelis use an old Ottoman law. It's an 1800s Ottoman law that says if the land is not cultivated, then Israel has the right, then the state has the right to take this land. And in the situation of the Ottomans, they used to take this land to give it to another farmer to be able to cultivate it. Israel abuses this law to confiscate land and confiscate this land and acquire it to the state of Israel. So now we are in a race with the Israeli occupation while they're uprooting all these trees, and we are trying to replant our trees. Here are some of the pictures of our campaign. As you see, they've uprooted 3.5 million trees since 2000, and we have planted around 2.5 million fruit trees. We're very proud that we do not take any state funding, and we don't take any conditional funding. And the beauty of our work is that we target the areas that are threatened by confiscation. These areas are the areas that are completely neglected by the international community. So what are the objectives of our Million Tree Campaign? First, as I said, to protect lands from expropriation. Two is to increase access to other sources of production, such as seedlings and water. As I said, we're trying to enhance food sovereignty, to enhance and reduce dependence on the Israeli market, and also to create employment opportunities there are many, benefits for the agricultural sector, such as, not only immediate income for the families, for the rural families, but also backward and forward linkages, food processing, etc. And of course, there's climate change mitigation and adaptation, since planting trees is one of the most efficient ways to absorb CO2. So moving on, this is some of the pictures we have. So we do also support food processing. This is some of the pictures from our food processing programs in Gaza. Now moving on, before I move to Gaza, this is an infogram that explains what we have done so far. So we've not only planted 2.5 million fruit trees, we've also we're also building water collection wells. I think some of you have already mentioned that Palestinians cannot access the reserve waters. So we're also, compensating fishing nets, water tanks, supporting other, animal farms. Alhamdulillah, so far we have benefited around 250,000 people in Palestine because of the farmers and their families. So moving now to Gaza, which is the trigger of our conversation today. So we all know that Gaza is under sanctions since over 10 years now. I think it was 2007. There is a systemic use of, let's say, attacking agriculture as a way to make the Gazans more hungry. They have a diet, a calorie counter at the border to make sure that the Gazans don't take too much calories, too many calories to consume. So in the previous attack on Gaza, there have been around $2 million in agricultural losses and damages. So, they've attacked food production sites, farms, wheat farms, fodder production sites, everything that you can think of. And here are some pictures from the damages. Very sad pictures. Here's the picture of the beehives in Gaza, where 50% of the beehives were completely destroyed. The water collection sites, plastic houses. So what we've done at APN is start our emergency campaign. So we started this campaign around maybe the first week of the attack, because we were already witnessing the major harms that are being done to the agricultural sector. And we've started implementing our projects in Gaza, and we invite everybody to participate in reviving the agricultural sector in Gaza as a way of, resistance and green resistance. And before I end, I would like to read this hadith, this relevant hadith. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن قامت الساعة وفي يد أحدكم فسيلة فإن استطاع أن لا تقوم حتى يغرسها فليغرسها. So we encourage everybody to participate in our green resistance movement. And I thank you so much, and I hope I didn't take too much time.
Mariam, brilliant. One word, thank you. You woke us all up, and
thank you.
That was needed. I would love to have you stay for our last session, if you don't mind. I think that when we bring speakers from different lenses and we focus in on issues of changing the narrative, talking about fact from fiction, which I think everyone has done, but most importantly, saying what's next. As I said at the beginning of this event has brought people who would have never been connected to each other. So alhamdulillah, we are connected to each other. That's great. More importantly, the comments and the chat rooms that we've got, they want to connect with people. They want to be involved in a cause. We're doing the right thing. And so if I can kindly have you stay here, Mariam, I would like you to be engaged. Brother Rizwan, you're here? where's the Brother Rizwan, Datin Mazna, Brother Fauzi, Brother Ajmal, Brother Tayyib. I assume that you're all here.
Your
Okay,
assumption is correct, I think.
And brother, yeah, okay. So everyone is here. This is going to be a free for all, but this is going to be really interesting because I want us to help change the narrative of opportunities. So the most important thing for all of us here is how do we go about changing the narrative? Everyone is doing the rear view analysis. We've got to look forward saying, here are the milestones, here are the timelines, and here is the matrix so we're accountable. So I've put this question as the first question to our group panel. So Mariam, because you were the last speaker on a very long day, I would like you to start. Change the narrative. Mariam, you there? You may
yes, yes, I'm there. I'm there. It's a very, very important. It's a very important discussion to change the narrative, and I think it's also part of our resistance movement to change these concepts that we think are, you know, so sparkly and so nice, but yet they legitimize a lot of the disempowerment of our people. So I think initially is to thank you for this. For organizing this very, very important discussion and to try to organize more of these discussions. To really, I think, is to try to put our brains together, to listen to the people and their priorities, and to do a lot, like in our situation, in our global activism, in a lot of international platforms. What we managed to do is a lot of South-South cooperation. So there's this big dominance of not only rich and northern countries, but also of civil society organizations from the north that usually dominate the priorities. And these civil society organizations, they'd like people from the south to attend and to wear their, you know, cultural attire and to, you know, but to be dictated what to say. So I think South-South collaboration and these consultations are important. And I'll think of more other ideas to share with you when the others participate.
Excellent. Thank you, Mariam. Okay, Datin Mazna is out of Malaysia. She is an award-winning fund manager. She and I had discussions on this event, and I said, I wanted you to speak. She's like, no, I want to be on a panel discussion. So I'm giving you color because I think we're family here. And in family, we share and we discuss and we deliberate and we disagree and all this other wonderful stuff. So I asked Datin Mazna, as a fund manager, put that hat on, look at Palestine, put it in context of Afghanistan and Iraq and other frontier markets. What is your pitch about Palestine in light of risks, in light of all these other things that we all know? How do we create the narrative about opportunities in Palestine, and where are those opportunities? Datin.
Okay. Assalamualaikum, everybody. I am. Has been such a wonderful session with so much rich content from such a diverse set of speakers, and you know, has been really wonderful. And from my perspective, from an investment perspective, although traditionally I have been in investing in traditional assets, for example, like equities or stocks or bonds in the public markets, I am fully aware that the stock exchange in Palestine is very much in its infancy, and I think it's even pre-frontier, and you know, it is unfortunately fraught with risk and uncertainty. I mean, in the category as I discussed with Rushdie, in the category of same risk as Afghanistan and other war-torn areas like Myanmar and things like that. So, when we talk about bringing capital flowing into such assets, unfortunately, also the nature of such capital are institutional pension funds, and their risk appetite is, is not too much within their risk appetite, and also when you talk about the size and the liquidity of these markets in the context of their global investments, it may be not that meaningful in terms of weights for their portfolios. So from an investment perspective, when I look at it across the asset classes, because the stock exchange as well is still very much in its infancy, and it needs how do you say, a larger pipeline of companies. It needs to be populated with a larger pipeline of companies. So it looks as if the stage where Palestine is now, it seems to be much more opportunities upstream rather than downstream in the traditional capital markets. Upstream, even more upstream. Well, Sukuk's maybe from the infrastructure perspective, but also there could be a lot of opportunities in terms of the SMEs, the startups, the smaller businesses, which cater to the basic needs of the locals, as well as perhaps giving them the opportunity and the bridge to connect to global markets and collaborations with partners to take them to the next level, whether through value chain partnerships, whether through including mentoring in terms of the business acumen of these very talented young entrepreneurs into the world market through the digital economy and the newer platforms, as maybe suggested by Brother Fauzi earlier. So I can see that there are so many verticals that that provide so much opportunities, but would really benefit from a horizontal platform that would provide the connectivity between to link the value chain, and also not just link the value chain within the sectors, but also to reach out to the marketplace, which would give more scale beyond Palestine. As Palestine, the Palestinians are, I believe, quite a large international diaspora, especially I believe they're quite prominent in the United States. So and this, I think, has yet to be explored, and its full potential yet to be actualized. So I think all of us are aware of such opportunities, and as we are equally aware of the challenges between what is currently and what could be. So perhaps if we put all our heads together and we look at the the stepping stones that could actualize this vision, and to sort of like step by step identify the lower hanging fruits, and build those stepping stones together. And I truly believe also the vision of iPortal really provides that that bridge, for communities like the Palestine to link to their own diaspora and also to the rest of the Islamic world.
Dr. Nasna, thank you for that message of hope, of looking forward, of opportunities and verticals. Now, this leads me to Brother Fawzi. Brother Fawzi, I think you basically opened up a lot of people's eyes today talking about a super app that has content and that connects and that provides commerce. So we had Sister Mariam talking about Green, the wonderful work she's doing in all of Palestine, all right? Green projects. We've got Sister Jeanette with Child's Cup Full, Zeki Learning, and Daraz. These are social impact startups. We've got many such behind Jeanette based in Palestine. This super app has two elements that I think is going to resonate. One is on the consumer side. These startups have products and products need to be sold, but they need to be made aware of. And the second aspect of it is once there are sales, it results in traction, which starts getting valuation, which results in follow-on funding. So Brother Fawzi, you sit at an inflection point of consumerism, of social impact startups, of green economy credentials for Palestine projects. So tell us how we can get there faster without compromising quality. What do you need from us stakeholders, Brother Fawzi?
Well, one of the you spoke about just now about coming out with a different narrative, different perspective of Palestine, and the fact is that most of the new economy, what we would call the new economy, is now going global. So Palestine is a bit of a dichotomy. It's an island, yet it's not an island, because it's island. It's an island in the sense that it is totally isolated. Right now, if you look at if you do a Google map search of the area, you will not see a virtual Palestine. But if you drive through, you can drive through Tel Aviv on Google Maps, and you can see Tel Aviv all around you. So it's very much isolated, and that isolation can be broken by having a platform like a super app, which allows Palestinians to break down the barriers in terms of being an island. Now, if we look at the previous speakers who spoke about the environment, about the SMEs who are developing products, so on and so forth, these individuals and these organizations need not be looking at markets which are just local. They can break out to reach markets which are international. There were questions earlier on about, how does a Palestinian open a bank account? There are very few Palestinians who can open bank accounts. It's far easier to open an international cryptocurrency account, by the way, than opening a bank account. All you need is a phone. The question is, how do you translate your effort and your goods and your labor into currency? And how would you be able to bring that into Palestine? Once you generate your wealth, how do you bring that into Palestine? That wealth back into Palestine so you can feed your family, you can feed your children. That's the number one challenge. However, if with the concept of tokens, of barter trade through a platform, there are ways of doing trade without the need for cash, and I believe that if all of these participants were to come together and say, well, okay, let's create a medium of payment based on tokens, based on barter. If somebody down the road is selling vegetables, then I can buy the vegetables based on these tokens, and with those tokens, they can go off and buy something else. Now, of course, there are regulatory issues and regulatory questions, but I think if you look, someone else also commented in the narrative in the chat that that Malaysia, for example, has a pretty advanced e-wallet system that is Sharia compliant. The difficulties or the challenges of people of Palestine wanting to open a bank account is concern about whether it is it's wise to open an account which has interest. There are all of these things which can be rethought and reinvented on the software platform, and it does not really have to wait for anyone to say yes, you can do it. The nice thing about software is that you create it, you put it out there, and there's a question of whether people want to use it or not. If this community can come together and say, well, look, okay, now we want to collaborate, we want to do trade, we want to have discussions together, let's all get on the super app. Let's all start to figure out how we are going to trade, how we're going to do commerce. Let's create an exchange of some sort. Let's talk to each other. Let's, for example, okay, there's no Google Maps of Palestine. There are no pictures of Palestine. I don't know what it looks like. I can drive through Singapore virtually on Google Maps. I can't do that in Gaza. What if we say, okay, let the entire community of youth in Palestine use their mobile phones to take photos around them and stitch it together and create this virtual Gaza. Promote tourism that way. So there's so many possible opportunities and things which can be done now. Once you equip the individual, even with a smartphone, to be able to do more than just social network, to be able to do trade, to be able to exchange ideas and to do things. And I was listening to the talk from the brother in terms of internet penetration. It's fantastic. I didn't know that the penetration of smartphones was so high in Palestine. So again, there are all of these opportunities that a super app can address, but it will only work if there's collaboration amongst us.
Wonderful. Brother Fauzi, thank you. Thank you very much for uniting us on this proposed platform. And we look forward to following progress going forward, and we will contribute when asked. Okay, so Brother Rizwan from IOFI, question for you, twofold. One is Islamic finance, ethical finance, Islamic finance, however the good people of Palestine phrase it. Obviously, education, awareness, guidelines is very important. What is IOFI doing with respect to educating the institutions, and what can we do to help facilitate that faster so people who are seeking knowledge will get knowledge sooner than later?
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. Let me just first, say that our, huge respect to the insights and the thoughts that Brother Ahmed Fauzi and Datin Mazna shared on some of the important things. We really hope that we can achieve some of that. Even if it's part of what we, part of what they said, if it can be achieved, I think we will be halfway through what we want to do. The idea of barter trade, it's going around different parts of the world. Of course, this is an idea that is being talked about in the developed world. So why not for an economy that actually needs it? When it comes to the economy in general of Palestine, hugely dependent on what I read is on the SMEs. About 55% of the GDP is coming from SMEs, and they employ about 85% of the local manpower. And that's important. How can you empower these SMEs more and more from different angles, be it awareness and advocacy programs, be the funding part of it, be kind of educating them on developing the local skills that they can in various angles. I think the entrepreneurs or the entrepreneurship of Palestine needs to be exported. The products that they produce needs to be exported in different parts of the world. How can we be a contributor to this economy? I think what I said earlier as well, why can't we become a traveler and tourist to the economy and contribute to the local economy? In our little capacity that we have, and probably word of mouth to spread for the people around us as well. And that every little might help in some shape and form. And give confidence to other people to travel as well from that perspective. When it comes to Islamic finance, as Brother Dr. Shahir said, there are only 3 Islamic banks in the country. But I must say that the regulators on the ground are very much proactive. They follow, for example, AOFI standards fully to the best of our understanding. So they are already learning and leveraging on the experience of institutions like AOFI, which have been there for producing these standards for about 30 years now. And they are working actively with the markets like Oman to leverage on their experience and develop their local Islamic finance market in general. So I think a lot of good work is being undertaken. The Palestinian Monetary Authority happens to be the central bank, is already a member of AOFI, and the Sharia board members are in some of the working groups and the board. So some kind of active collaboration is already there between AOFI and the local stakeholders in Palestine, but definitely that needs to be enhanced going forward. We are in the midst of proposing an MOU to be signed between Palestinian Monetary Authority and ourselves. In fact, I have a call with the CEO of Palestinian Islamic Bank tomorrow to explore what better we can do. How can we enhance that collaboration? How can we enhance the understanding and awareness on Islamic finance? The unbanked population, how can we tap into it? So, it's an important market for us in general, and we are trying to enhance our collaboration with the local stakeholders, try and understand where we need to put in the right know-how and support and facilitate their local economy and local market in that sense. So some work is being done, some efforts are done, but that's not enough. We need to do more. 3 Islamic banks are not enough, and when they are making already money for the investors, then I don't see a reason why an Islamic fintech-based bank cannot be established that can reach out maybe through the mobile means and others that is already that can be used to reach out to these unbanked population. When the mobile penetration is there, so this mobile pay type banks can be established to leverage on some of these some of these already penetrated individuals. So I think from that perspective, from AOFI's perspective, I think a lot more needs to be done. They follow AOFI standards already. It's just a more active engagement needs to be undertaken for us to kind of help the local stakeholders.
Wonderful, Brother Rizwan. Hopefully AOFI will be part of this super app, at least on the financial sector guidelines, God willing.
Inshallah. I wanted to tell Brother Ahmed, I think we can't find Bahrain as well on Google Maps in terms of we can't navigate Bahrain as well. So, Palestine is another place. So inshallah, we hope we can do that.
Inshallah. Thank you. Thank you. Brother Tayyib, I want to talk to you about Waqf, and it ties in with what Sister Mariam had talked about, agricultural lands, Ottoman, archaic rules, land capture, and all these things. So land is very important and a major source of conflict. If you look at the application of blockchain technology on land titles, work is being done by way of pilots. Look at blockchain application on Waqf properties. Now we're doing something interesting with respect to addressing expropriation of property under the banner of something else. So briefly, if you could talk about whatever thoughts you have, the application of pilot in Palestine, applying blockchain technology to Waqf properties or properties in land registries, it would seem that would be one way of safekeeping, because if we don't recognize blockchain with respect to its application in property, then technology is selectively useless and useful, therefore useless. Brother Tayyib.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Rushdie, for a great question. I think blockchain technology can be first experimented with in Gaza as a starting point for all of Palestine to be, carry out such a project. Gaza, as it is liberated yet besieged strip of land, 360 kilometers squared, it's not a huge area, and Awqaf properties can be well identified. Hamas and Jihad are in control there, hence there is room for cooperation with Palestinians in the diaspora, especially various scientists and IT experts who can assist with various authorities in Gaza to make sure that the Sharia courts records, as well as the Egyptian government records, because Gaza in the past was administered by Egypt. Blockchain technology can hence be experimented with and implemented for all lands registry in Gaza to begin with. The second element would be, I would say, Palestine 1948 as step 2. And in 1948 Palestine, two important institutions come to mind. The first is Palestinian Land Organization based in London, and they have excellent records, and the powerhouse behind that effort was Dr. Salman Abu Sitta, who produced the Atlas of Palestine, the geography, detailed Atlas of Palestine, and therefore there is a lot of wealth of information there that can be utilized for all of the Palestine 1948, which is currently called the Zionist Entity of Israel, but we don't recognize it as such, and therefore probably we can do a lot of good work with that particular institute and the American University records in Beirut, because recently Dr. Salman Abu Sitta gifted his huge database to the American University in Beirut in order to together, come up with a consortium that would transfer such wealth of data and details of ownerships of Waqf lands, and whether it is private or it is family or it is government, quasi-government, so forth. So, and the third would be the West Bank. How can we implement this in West Bank with the Ministry of Awqaf within the Palestinian Authority is also, that would entail a lot of politics with the said ministry, but we should carry out such dialogue in order to see what benefits can be generated to protect, particularly to protect the lands called C segment under the apartheid-based Oslo Accords, which currently the Zionist State of Israel is confiscating approximately 40% of the total area of lands under Category C in these ill-reputed accords. So I would, start the project in phases. Phase 1 would be Gaza. Phase 2 would be Palestine 1948, and Phase 3 would be the West Bank. Once we have some results from these two experiments and two endeavors, as opposed to experiments. And this also requires us to work with the Turkish government, the Ministry of Awqaf in Turkey, and other relevant ministries in Turkey that have records, the archives, the Ottoman archives, because as we have seen from Sister Maryam Jaja, that many of the laws that were in place during the Ottoman period and Hayy Jarrah at present around Jerusalem and near Jerusalem is a case study for this, because recently the government of Turkey provided the inhabitants of Hayy Jarrah, the committee representing them, with the Ottoman records and archive, proving the ownership of Palestinians, of course, of that land. Hence, it's a multifaceted effort, and I hope we can start it and see the benefits of such effort going forward.
Inshallah. Tayyib. Always insightful, provocative, constructive, and you're saying things that people are thinking. I think a lot of people on today's as speakers are saying things that people have been thinking about, but were a bit afraid to speak. So you've basically let the horses out the barn. So thank you all very, very much. Jeanette, hopefully you're there. Okay.
Yes,
Jeanette, the question that we have for you, okay. You produce products in Palestine and you are empowering women and you're doing a wonderful job. And it's a huge Herculean effort. We want to help scale. One of the biggest challenges is logistics, getting the product out from Palestine to the end consumer within a reasonable period of time. Can you share with us the logistics challenges and what can be done to reduce the time frame from the factory to the buyer's home?
So first of all, thank you for staying and for this insightful discussion. Maybe after I finish, I would like to comment on a few things. Because we are a small operation and it's individual effort to bring this to the global market. Part of it is lack of resources. So we need support to continue to make things faster. We do things most of the time on a small scale because we don't have the resources to scale up. In terms of the logistic, so this is what I like about this panel is we're thinking ahead of everyone. So, and I like that approach. So we need to think ahead how in order to scale up or to make the logistic process easier. So the way we do it is we produce, we ship it to Bethlehem. It's a process, it goes from the north, 9 villages. There is someone who collects the product. We send it to Hebron, which we work with local workshop to produce the product for us, especially the Jews. And then we send it to Bethlehem. Bethlehem ship it to us. So it takes without the production, don't consider the production, the transportation between areas, it takes 4 days to put it to the carrier. And from the carrier, it ships to me, to my house. So if we have resources, we could start building, inventory in the West Bank and ship before nobody will have an issue of waiting for a week or 3 weeks to get their products. So logistically, we have identified how it goes from one place to another. In terms of payment, usually people pay to a bank account in the US, and then we transfer the money to the West Bank. So, but initially when we wanted to open a bank as a nonprofit in the West Bank, there is some hurdles by the PA. They don't allow you to open a bank account easily. So we had to go and negotiate with different bank account in the West Bank to open a bank account. So we are dealing with Jordanian bank account because the Palestinian bank account, most of the banks in Palestine, you have to get a so-called clearance from the PA, which we do have it, but still they don't want to do a nonprofit bank account because there is a monetary process by the Israeli. They have to see what's going on and in and out. So there are some things we need to consider when we start establishing, bank account, especially for, individual or not individual. But in terms of process, we covered all of the logistics, but we still are behind in terms of building more inventory in the West Bank so we could get it faster here.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am conscious of our time because we are coming up to 4 hours and the time has flown because the topic is extremely exciting and it's personalized, whether you're a Palestinian or not a Palestinian. This is my last question for all the panelists here. And please confine your remarks to 30 seconds. Going forward, what do we see as Palestine 5 years from now? We, as part of the theme of looking forward, and yes, we have to think about the impossible because by God's grace, everything is possible. So I'll start off with Mariam. Mariam, 5 years from now, what is the crystal ball about Palestine in terms of the work that you're doing?
There's you're asking me to dream, and yes. I think more than ever with the developments that happened in the previous months is our hope and our belief towards a step towards liberation. I truly believe that if we retain this belief that we are able to move towards liberation, we'll be able to do that. And the only way to do that is to help Palestinians achieve autonomy, also economically. So let them try to produce their own food, generally produce and be more independent. And that would be one step forward. And I wrote many comments. I just don't want to take more time, but in the chat box, I put four main messages to share with this panel. Thank you so
Wonderful. Ma'am, thank you. Thank you very much because your comments are from practical experience and their application. Datan, are the fund manager and you've got some money and you've got money to look at frontier markets. What makes you interested in Palestine, whether it's the stock exchange listings or the startup ecosystem? What 3 or 5 things you want to see to say, yes, Palestine is on my radar screen of one of the 5 markets I want to look into?
I think it is, I wouldn't, in a way, a startup market, but and also not just the startup market, but a potential acceleration market from a low base kind of opportunity, accelerating into scale, into global scale, all at once, leveraging from this kind of innovative, revolutionary platform we're talking about as a case study. And in a way, I'm hopeful that this sort of like it becomes a wealth creation engine and opportunities for global investors to have the confidence to invest at an earlier stage, because what gives them encouragement is that scale, which they never would, they would be challenged to obtain it. Those kind of valuations, even for potential trade sales or exits, if not for the 21st century providing such a platform and catalyst for that scale, and the scale which would which could give access to a large global market, which is the Muslim halal economy, cross-border, not a national market, but as big as a China market or an India market. So it is that opportunity, from a low base opportunity to that scale.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Brilliant insights. Brother Fawzi, you mentioned, I think, WeChat out of China as that super app that basically brought everything together. From your point of view, what three things, because people want direction, people want instructions, people want bullet points. What 3 or 5 things do we need to get going for this proposed super app to basically come out with a pilot? Are we there? Brother Fawzi? I know it's late in Malaysia.
I'm muted.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, if we look at WeChat and as an example, it's all about branding, and I think that what we can see in the next 5 years is the transformation of brand Palestine, from the thinking of it being a place that is oppressed to a place that is liberated through access to this virtual world of transactions. And the first thing that I would be thinking of is saying, well, look, there's brand Palestine. Then where's value Palestine? Well, the value of Palestine is in the people. And in 5 years, it's possible to train and transform the youth to be productive online, to generate work, to be able to do work online, and to be paid online, and integrate themselves into the global labor force community. I mean, even today, we're looking at developers or even IT workers out of India, out of many parts of the world, being virtual residents of Silicon Valley, earning Silicon Valley salaries through platforms which give them employment. So work has got to be, there's got to be work. I mean, value's got to be created out of brand Palestine, and that can be done through these platforms. With that, then we can energize the youth in terms of entrepreneurship, because once they feel that they can start earning in a global environment through a gig economy as individuals, anyone can go online and earn by putting content on YouTube, for example, but they have to be taught. So there has got to be an education cycle there as part of that return on investment. So the funding that goes in there can be established offshore. We can create a virtual Palestine fund, for example, to fund this education, to fund the returns, and get those returns out of the people. To me, that is listening to everyone and the energy that's here is a question of, okay, everyone's got great ideas. How do we bring it all together? How do we get this financed? What are the risk issues in terms of getting it financed for investors? Okay, if it's good dealing with Palestinian banks, let's do it offshore. Platform is virtual. The other risk, of course, is to ensure constant access to the internet. And that's something that technology will start to overcome in the next 5 years as well, with satellite and so on. So I think there's a lot of hope for the next 5 years.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Fauzi. Insightful and a wonderful way forward. The word that you used, 2 words, brand Palestine. It resonated with me, and I think it resonated with every speaker and every participant. So thank you for that. Brother Rizwan, Islamic finance has got to finance the real economy. The Palestine economy is about the real economy, agriculture-based. I know there are risks and stuff like this. So beyond the guidelines and all this other stuff, what more can IOFI do with its member Islamic banks to raise the profile about opportunities in Palestine that are Sharia compliant?
I think it's a collective effort, as Brother Ahmed Fauzi mentioned. I'll talk about something else where we can support, right? I mean, it's about creating, it's about building know-how. It's about creating that awareness and understanding, maybe training individual. That is something what AOFI can facilitate at times. I think of an idea, and I'm not sure if it's already there on the ground, but an Islamic micro lending platform for the SMEs, where they are already there. It's just that they need to build on it, and maybe at times have lack of capital that actually restricts their growth. So from my perspective, a micro lending platform, which can be part of this great app that Brother Ahmed Fauzi mentioned, where it connects the local stakeholders, the entrepreneurs, to scale up their businesses. I think that's what is important. I think there are successful stories from other parts of the world. For example, from Pakistan, Akhuwat comes to mind when we talk about Islamic micro lending platform. They've been there for last 20 years, extending Qard al-Hasan or benevolent loan to individuals, and their successful story, the story has been great, great, and it has been very successful with a 99% recovery rate, benefiting millions of individuals and families in the country. I think such ideas needs to be kind of brought into when you talk about Palestine, and that's where Akhuwat is not only micro lending platform, but rather they also help you understand, educate, and on the entrepreneurial side they educate you. So I think that's where more ideas can be generated and kind of extended towards Palestine, and maybe we can play a role when it comes to AOFI in terms of enhancing awareness, creating more know-how for the local stakeholders, so that at least that the unbanked population, which we see that with 65% of unbanked population, we have 20% market share. That's great when it comes to Islamic banking and takaful. I think with the Islamic micro lending platforms, this penetration will be further enhanced when we talk about fintech-based models, and this know-how will help kind of tap into that unbanked population and raise the market share of Palestine, which nobody would think that is 20%. If I did not attend this session today, I did not know that's a 20% and a couple of days ago. So 20% is great. I think we just need to kind of extend it with the right support. And I think the mindset of the regulators is very clear. The mindset of the regulators, not only in Palestine, but also in that region, is very clear, because, for example, Libya, Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, we talk about this region, and going further, Turkey and all. I mean, the mindset is very clear. They want to promote the risk sharing or participation finance or ethical finance or Islamic finance, where where it's equity and justice is promoted, and benefit for all, and not at the expense of all. It benefits one individual. So I think there are a lot of things that we need to do. I think from AOFI's perspective, it's awareness and advocacy that needs to be continued in that manner. Micro lending platform will be great if it can be part of this great app that Brother Ahmed mentioned. I think that it will be great. I think confidence needs to be established. And then once the confidence is established within the market, I think a lot of what Dr. Datin Mazna talked about can be achieved. So, that would be my 2 cents, thinking out loud.
Okay, you came in under 30 seconds, as did everyone else. All right, Nayib, short, also within 30 seconds, blockchain, Gaza, could we focus in on agriculture land? Because that's being destroyed. Should that be the first blockchain project in Palestine? Gaza agricultural land, that's in Waqf.
Yes, I think this is an excellent idea to start with Gaza's agricultural land, because there is an issue related to fighting hunger, and the challenge there is serious. In addition to fighting poverty, absolute poverty, and agriculture comes at the foremost priority in hoping that Waqf lands become most productive agricultural lands in Gaza going forward.
Wonderful, thank you, Brother. Sister Jeanette, you've got the last words, and you started us off. 3 things that you need.
Yeah, my hope that we will be really, free one day, and soon, before 5 years. That's my hope and my dream, because I think Palestinian people are really reinvent themselves every moment, and their resilience is unbelievable. So my hope, which that's my main hope. I also hope that we can give the opportunity to empower more women and give them the skills and resources. I think they have a lot to offer, and we're missing a lot of talents by not supporting them. And because if we don't support them, we cannot support the next generation. Right. So that's my hope.
Inshallah, thank you. Ameen. We come to the end of this.
The veteran Takaful guy would like to say something.
Go ahead.
The decades of experience needs to be squeezed.
Right.
Thank you, Brother Rizwan. Thank you very much. Just a quick few seconds. I think it's very important, what we have discussed today are the hopes and the dreams, and to build on that. And then how do we protect that? Because that's where sustainability comes in. That's where Takaful and insurance comes in. And I think what I would like to actually see is that, the World Bank has been saying this and that. How far that is true? Political risk insurance that is provided by the World Bank, how effective that has been. And I think that actually goes to some of the projects that have already been done in Palestine. So that's very important. And then ISAC, which is the Islamic Development Bank's insurance part, and that is supposed to be the insurance of investment and export credit. That should be brought into line. Talk with the World Bank insurance people, and support the caring sharing app, super app of Brother Fawzi. I mean, these are all very wonderful ways of actually handling it. The Takaful companies, 2 of them, will not be able to handle all that. It has to be, these world bodies who have to actually provide that political risk insurance, which is supposed to be for the SMEs in their agriculture, manufacturing, consumer goods. And this is what they say. And the renewables, they say that we are actually protecting all that in Palestine. Is that really happening? So I think this is where we should actually also look into it. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm sorry, you did not respond to my message about wanting to be, so I assume you'd want to wait. My apologies. Thank you for those powerful comments, Brother Jamal. We come to the epic 4+ hours of this Rebuild Palestine. This actually has become a family affair. We are an extended family now. We are Palestine for the day, Palestinians for the day. And what I would like to suggest is, inshallah, within, say, 2 months, let us have follow-up seminars to see how progress is going forward in terms of the things that we've talked about. So we will facilitate, inshallah, another seminar, how we're building from the things that we've discussed here, because, as I said, this seminar, it just starts the process. The suffering continues of the good and resilient people of Palestine, and we, as the collective conscious of the world, have to do something, and doing something means being engaged, and we look forward to being engaged. I want to thank you all very, very much for being part of this thing. We are all one family connected by a common cause towards humanity and society, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be part of you, and hopefully you are proud of being Palestine and Palestinians. So thank you. Be safe, be careful. God bless, and until next time, Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Jazakumullah khair, everyone. Jazakallah khair, Dr. Rujdi, Rizwan, everyone. Jazakumullah khair.
Shahid, Jazakumullah khair. Ahsan. As-salam.